Ali, 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 yeah. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7.
Islam, 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 Moorish America, on a rise upon the 7, and give all praises to the great God Allah, Father God Allah, and honors to His holy prophet, honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, El Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali, that is. We give honors to our Moorish kin once again, here, there, and everywhere, and therefore honors to all of you who are continuously honoring yourselves by being yourselves. But let us call forth our beloved brother Marvin Nathaniel Evans Bay, so that he may open up the way as our hearts and minds are opened as well. Islam, brother Marvin Nathaniel Evans Bay.
Islam. Yes, I'm Dr. Marvin Evans Bay, Consul General of the Texas Consulate, rising giving all praise to the great God Allah, highest honors to His prophet. And I give honors to our theocratic government, our Moorish American government, our Act 1, all of our officials. I give honors to this class, our E.A.R.S class. I give honors to my National Assistant Grand Sheikh for hosting and instructing this most powerful class. And I give honors to all the Moors on the panel and all those that will be in the audience. And I will begin by reading our Moorish American ADEPTUS prayer. Ya Allah amnuheru mekunetaru. Ya Allah abheteru. Ya Allah ma'atheru. Ya Allah hoteperu. Ya Allah heru. Ya Allah ma'at herkuti. Ya Allah awajet dejuti. Ya Allah pertiam sutet pertiam heru. Ya Allah bamaduti. Al hedisre abtu ali. Amen. Hallelujah. 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 In transliteration, O Allah, the Father of the universe, O Allah, the Father of love, O Allah, the Spirit of truth, O Allah, the Spirit of peace, O Allah, the Spirit of freedom, O Allah, the Spirit of justice, O Allah, you are my protector, O Allah, you are my guide, O Allah, you are my salvation by night and by day, O Allah, through your holy prophet, Drew Ali. Amen. Holy Yasa, Holy Yasa, Holy Yasa. And now we'll be reading our divine constitution of Moorish America, salvation, our God, unity. Act 1, the Grand Sheikh and the Chairman of Moorish America are in power to make law and enforce laws with the assistance of the Prophet and the Grand Body of Moorish America. The Assistant Grand Sheikh is to assist the Grand Sheikh in all affairs if he lives according to love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And it is known before the citizens of Moorish America. The bylaws, Act 2. All meetings are to be opened and closed promptly, according to the Circle 7, and love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Friday is our holy day of rest, because on a Friday, the first man was formed in flesh. On a Friday, the first man departed out of flesh and ascended into his Father God Allah. For that cause, Friday is the holy day for all Muslims all over the world. Act 3. Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice must be proclaimed and practiced by all citizens of Moorish America. No citizen is to put in danger or accuse falsely his brother or sister on any occasion at all that may harm his brother or sister, because Allah is love. Act 4. All citizens must preserve these holy and divine laws, and all citizens must obey the laws of the government, because by being a Moorish American, you are a part and a parcel of the government and must live the life accordingly. Act 5. No, no organization of Moorish America is to cause any confusion, to overthrow the laws, or to overthrow the laws and Constitution of the said government, but to obey hereby. Act 6. With us, all citizens must proclaim their nationality, and we are teaching our people their nationality and their divine creed, that they may know that they are a part and a parcel of this said government, and know that they are not Negroes, colored folks, black people, or Ethiopians, because these names were given to slaves by slave holders in 1779 and lasted until 1865 during the time of slavery. But this is a new era of time now, and all men now must proclaim their free national name to be recognized by the government in which they live and the nations of the earth. This is the reason why Allah, the great God of the universe, ordained Noble Drew Ali the Prophet to redeem his people from their sinful ways. The Moorish Americans are the descendants of the ancient Moabites whom inhabited the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa. Act 7. All citizens must promptly attend their meetings and become a part and a parcel of all uplifting acts of Moorish America. Moorish Americans must pay their dues and keep in line with all necessities of Moorish America, and then you are entitled to the name of faithful. Husband, you must support your wife and children. Wife, you must obey your husband and take care of your children and look after the duties of your household. Sons and daughters must obey father and mother and be industrious and become a part of the uplifting of fallen humanity. All Moorish Americans must keep their hearts and minds pure with love and their bodies clean with water. This divine covenant is from your holy prophet Noble Drew Ali through the guidance of his Father God Allah. Prophet Noble Drew Ali, peace and blessings be upon him, founding father and framer of the divine constitution and bylaws of Moorish America. Now this meeting have been opened according to love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And I will turn the meeting over to our Goddess and Queen, Dr. Dendra Neal Curtis, National Grand Secretary of South Carolina. Islam.
Islam, Islam, Islam. I am Dr. Dendra Neal Curtis. But first, let me rise and give praises to our great God Allah. I give honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali. I give honors to Act 1. I give honors to all my government officials, and I give honors to our National Assistant Grand Chief for our research class / E.A.R.S class. And I give honors to our Consul General of Texas, Dr. Marvin Edwards Bay. And at this time, I will be reading our new chapter of the week, chapter 55, coming from our Holy Quran. And it reads, Holy Instructions from the Prophet, Gratitude. As the branches of a tree return their sap to the root from which it arose, as a river poureth its streams to the sea, whence the spring was supplied, so the heart of a grateful man delighteth in returning a benefit received. He acknowledges his obligation with cheerfulness. He looketh on his benefactor with love and esteem. And if to return it be not in his power, he nourishes the memory of it in his breast with kindness. He forgetteth it not all the days of his life. The heart of the grateful man is like the clouds of heaven, which drops upon the earth. fruits, herbage, and flowers. But the heart of the ungrateful is like a desert of sand, which swalloweth with greediness the showers that fall, and beareth them in its bosom, and produceth nothing. Envy not thy benefactor, neither strive to conceal the benefit he have conferred. For though to oblige is better than to be obliged, though the act of generosity commandeth admiration, yet the humility touches the heart and is admirable on the sight both of Allah and man. But receive not a favor from the hand of the proud. To the selfish and avarice have no obligation. The vanity of pride shall expose thee to shame. The greediness of avarice shall never be satisfied. Islam, Islam, Islam. I will now turn everything back over to our host, our National Assistant Grand Sheikh, Dr. Sadu Amiti A. Muhammad Sepsuia. Are you there, Godman?
Oh, Islam, yes, sir. We on the manifest.
Islam.
Okay, you already know we got to most definitely lay a grand foundation, and we do that first by coming forth with our book of the fire and the exhuming of a nation. And so what we're gonna do, we want to come from two different portions in here. We're gonna start with the ancient Comedian Moorish history on page 321, and because I want to rightly divide this, and actually we can have somebody volunteer to read from there to page 323.
Ooh.
Islam.
Islam Grand Secretary of State, and you can actually stop right there above after the beginning coin became the word of God.
Okay, stop right before there. Gratitude.
Mm-hmm.
Islam.
And Islam, Grand Man, you can start at after the beginning coin became the word of God. And then you can actually stop above the value of a divine history.
Islam.
And then we're gonna the last portion we can jump over to page 369.
Fanatic
For our
controversy.
last reader.
Islam.
Brother Marvin Everglade. Okay, Islam. Okay, so
Yes.
we'll have you start at page 369, and you can actually go over to the area. Hold up, let me make sure I got this right. Yeah, you can go to page 372. Right there, and you can stop at the bottom of the page there.
Islam. Gratitude.
Islam. Gratitude. Well, all right. I'm about to.
Islam. 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 First of all, I want to rise, giving all praises to our Father God Allah, giving honor to our Prophet, Noble Drew Ali, the last prophet in these days and times, giving honor to Act 1, to our family online, giving honor to our E.A.R.S class, our Egyptian ADEPTUS Research Sultanate class, to our Consul General of Texas, Dr. Marvin Edwards Bay, for opening our meeting according to law, to our National Assistant Grand Secretary of State, Dr. Dendra Nia Bay, for reading our subject chapter for the week, and to our host instructor, our National Assistant Grand Sheikh of Moorish America, Dr. Shedu Amenti El Mohamed Shepsuel, for hosting our class this morning, and also to Consul General of Iowa, Dr. Bati Bay. Beginning with page 321, an ancient Kemetic Moorish history. The illustrious Prophet Noble Drew Ali was the first Moorish American patriot to teach the lost found descendants of Africans the truth about Adam and Eve. He said, they are the mothers and fathers of the human family, Asiatics and Muslims. Although the entire human family began in Africa, the majority of their true history has been secretly kept from their children in the Americas. A whitewashed European version of Adam and Eve has been force-fed through Christianity to these African children during the subjugation of the mother continent. Until the advent of the Holy Prophet, the Western world saw the first human family on earth through spectacles that had been prescribed with falsehoods, myths, and hypocrisy. Through these European designer glasses, the modern world saw only a pale-skinned Adam and Eve, whom lived in a mystical Garden of Eden. This Eden had an exclusive for whites only sign at the entrance. Also, in the black psyche, this Eden was propagated to be in the well-off white folks settlement, and with the exception of being infested with a talking snake, was believed to be the only heaven a good Negro could possibly, perhaps, maybe, pray to reach in the sweet by and by after they died. To this day, most religious circles accept this dark age story as the word of God. Since slaves are bred to have short memories, most ex-slaves habitually still serve the God of their former slave masters. This God could not be perceived nor defined beyond the realms of the very church that ordained the denationalization and enslavement of African worshippers. When Drew Ali first brought the true history of Africans to the Moorish, they became awed at its infinite, universal, and deific depth. To this day, of all the millions of Negro churches in the United States with countless Bible thumpers, there is not one so-called quote-unquote African Christian with full relationship knowledge to the true origin of Adam and Eve. The story of Adam and Eve is actually the original verbal historical account of the first civilized people of Africa. It is the truth of their divine origin, fall, and attainment to perfection being told by wise men to all initiates. The glory of this first man and woman represents the complete cycle of the great God in man. This circle of life was called Emmanuel by the ancient Israelites. The holy story of Adam and Eve, star 64 course. The holy story of Adam and Eve is the divine essence of a charted course that all men must ultimately follow. There is no escape from the fixed destiny endured in the historical infinity of the story of Adam and Eve. Without the pure knowledge of one's derivation, any person armed only with human knowledge will face the instability of their karmic present while awaiting an obscured future. Without the true knowledge of Adam and Eve, carnal man will believe he lives in the make-believe life that is trapped between a birth and death. In this chapter, the required do-or-die light of Adam and Eve will be revealed. How the esoteric history of Adam and Eve has been used to lessen gods into humans and reduce humans into Negroes. The deliberate burial of the true value to the first family on earth will lay bare the dark aging of a people. The state of ignorance about Adam and Eve has also been used directly to secure the institution of slavery in the Western Hemisphere. This state severed the paternal roots of nearly 500 million African nationals, detaching them from the human family with the marks of Negro, Blacks, and colored people, NBC. Every nation that claims attachment to the human family has had their Adam and Eve, and their Eve. The Bible is full of Adams and Eves. However, most of them are shrouded under the terms begot or begotten. In fact, the Adam and Eve genealogy of Yehoshua the Christ through his father Joseph and mother Mary in the books of Matthew, chapter 1, verses 1 through 16, and Luke, chapter 3, verses 23 through 38, are sound examples of how serious African nationals truly are about their divine origin. Adam is the founding father of the human family of nations and its first patriot. Other more renowned Adams are the great Ham and his lineage of Cush, Mizraim, Put, and Canaan. Also, there's undeniable father divine of many nations, Abraham, with his sons Ishmael and Isaac. All of these are atoms of great nations, civilizations, and religions. The latter sons actually subdivided the first religious creed, the ancient Kemethian mystery system, into Judaism and Islam. See chapter 18. Most Americans can now relate to George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and Quincy Adams, etc., as being the founding fathers of the United States of America. By divine design, they are the indisputable atoms of the USA. However, today's problem with the same Americans is they have very little understanding when it comes to their ex-slaves being a clean and pure nation with their own atom. Hence, the purpose for our subtitle, The Exhuming of a Nation, to the biography of Noble Drew Ali. Indeed, also by divine design, as revealed in this biography, the Prophet Noble Drew Ali is the return of Adam. By this design, he is the first patriot and indisputable founding father of the lost found tribe of Ali, the new Moorish American nation. It does not take the research ability of a master historian to realize the existence, absence, and exhuming of this cornerstone of the human family, and that only Noble Drew Ali, having been born among them, proclaimed this nation as his by their one divine name and number. Drew Ali states, all, quote unquote, Adam and Eve are the mothers and fathers, end quote, yet they are one. Hence, the honoring of one's father and mother became one of man's first obligations and source of strength. The so-called Negro race and other Negro, Black, and colored people are the only people on earth today without mother or father from which to honor. Matthew chapter 15, verses 1 through 14. High parental honor has been a covenant among African nations since their fall into humanity. It is more holistic in cultures than any modern day religious concepts and breathes on every civilized family's origin, genealogy, and heritage. Drew Ali also taught the Moorish Americans that they are olive-skinned Asiatics, angels, and have the same, parentheses, Adam and Eve, father and mother, as those who guard the holy city. See Genesis chapter 3, verse 24, and question numbers 57 through 63. He educated the Moors to the fact they are the direct children of Adam and Eve. This may seem somewhat acceptable as common knowledge by those in this age of cyberspace and optic centers. However, in 1913, most American Negroes actually had been trained to believe their present idea of Yehoshua, God, and his mother Mary were all pale-skinned and the opposite of themselves. To say the least, to them, God's first man and woman of the Bible had to be ever so white. As far as the good Christian colored people were concerned, the first, parentheses, white family of God in their home, a Garden of Eden, was a delicious and evasive slice of the pie in the sky after you die. Surely this garden was where all quote-unquote white folks and a few good Negroes went to if they were blessed. Prior to the advent of this angel of Allah, question number 41, the Moorish of North America were miseducated into a dark age of Christianized, Darwinized, and denationalized pseudo-life. As unconscious Negroes, Blacks, and colored people in BC, they were deceived into believing Adam and Eve were two Europeans in a God's mystical paradise. It is only natural for a few in BC and some self-proclaimed white folks to defend 2,000 years of deception with the modern Christian statement, it doesn't matter what the color of Adam and Eve, we are all children of God. Even a crash dummy would reply with, since the skin color of God, Adam and Eve, was not important, then why was it biblically taken away and replaced with pale skin? This bitter bit of history of a people's mental status should be well remembered as we now ultimately endeavor into Adam and Eve as originally told by the ancient ones. But first, let's uncover some more of this 2,000-year-old hoax. Adam and Eve has been mostly told by thieves. No oppressor, slave master, or otherwise ruling government has ever written the accurate history of his or her captives. The Babylonians, Comethans, Romans, Islamic rulers, and Euro-Christian governments, etc., all have slanted the history of their victims to reflect themselves as quote-unquote superior saviors of the wretched of the earth. Naturally, they were all merely doing their God's will to subjugate or annihilate the inferior enemies in order to save them from themselves. Such history will reflect the victors as having saved the wretched from an assumed inevitable doom. The Grecian Roman interpreted writings of the Israelites' history are by far a prime example to support this reoccurring fact. It turns out, according to prophetic destiny, the pale-skinned nations of Europe are today's controlling world rulers straddling the current cusp between the Piscean and Aquarian ages. Naturally, their quote-unquote great book, which tells his story of the conquered people of African descent, is the foremost propagated and most read book in recorded history, quote-unquote the Bible. The Bible, by far the greatest book of collected African history to be written by Europeans, oddly enough was not written by Africans, and it is not the infamous quote-unquote Word of God. No, God did not write the Bible. The Greeks from Europe wrote the first draft of the Bible, and it was called the Septuagint. See religious finale. Noble Drew Ali said, "You can't control how another man writes your parentheses Moorish history, but when you get the pen in your hand, write your own, tell the truth, and sign your name to it." The ancient Comethans, having enslaved the tribes of Israel, misnomered them collectively as Hebrews. This was a very degrading label and not the free national names of the peoples. This renaming or labeling one's chattel is not a new phenomenon. Historically, slave masters have never addressed their slaves by their free names. Slaves, as with all properties, are given slave names. This is because they are a conquered people and classified by their rulers as inferior and less than a first-class citizen or lower. This is standard procedure based upon the strength that no slave can ever be greater than his or her master. In these modern days, history has repeated itself with the renaming of the West African Moors into Negroes, Blacks, and colored people, NBC. And, like the so-called Hebrews, after generations of being called names other than your own, the branded slave labels become accepted as normal. Once any living thing began responding to the summons or callings outside the purity of its own natural freedom, it has been domesticated. Indeed, within the slave world of Hebrews and Blacks, some would rather die trying to be what they are not than to live being themselves. See 13th and 14th Amendment. Still, as soon as Moses freed his tribesmen from the Pharaoh's oppression and they got on their feet, these freshly freed nations slandered their former slave masters as Egyptians. The derogatory label Egyptian replaced the true name Comethyan gods of the Nile in all the Hebrew communications and publications, and so it remained until this day. Similarly, in this era, the European rulers called the descendants of Amexium, Akubalan, Negroes, colored, and blacks. As the so-called blacks were free to read and write, they called their slave master, quote-unquote, white. And the beat goes on, and the revolving doors of Maya continue, going to and fro. The Israelites, parentheses, Hebrews, Yehoshua, etc., of 2,000 years ago did not write the Bible, parentheses, a history book about themselves and their verbal account of their creation and fall of man. In fact, the Torah was over 1,000 years old when the Greeks wrote the Bible. The Torah contains Israel's story in their divine accuracy, so there was really no need for another book of their accounts. Ergo, since the Israelites, through which Yehoshua or Jesus was born, had no use for a book written by their oppressors about them, then who did? Obviously, the authors, whether they milked a council or 70 rabbis to get it, or not, it was still written for the benefit of the Greeks, Romans, and subsequent nations of Europe. See chapter 18. Be conscious of biblical beginnings. To this day, most do not know they have been lied to by those who wrote, quote unquote, the word of God in their coined, parentheses, street Greek language. The biblical Adam and Eve saga was among the first literature the slaves were allowed or force-fed to read. And it was greatly enforced with barbaric dosages of, quote unquote, the fear of white man, God, by European rulers and slave masters alike. This was the sole purpose for Freemasonry, the Reconstruction Amendments, and the Ku Klux Klan. Their establishments were to save these black sinning heathens from their own wretchedness and for the unconscious institutions of slavery's new world order. Albeit, since the Greek's biblical version is the only version of Adam and Eve known to so-called blacks, then let's sojourn there and see what they look like in the light. But bear in mind the divine origin of the original Hebrew laws of Moses began in the Egyptian mystery system. And the basic European translation of these biblio teachings evolved into a middleman religion of events, which, quite candidly, he brewed up. Also remember now, as the Moorish Americans began to write their own history, had it not been for Noble Drew Ali's revealing these great truths of the divine origin of African nations, the Western world would not be forced to concede to over 2,000 years of fabricated religious dogma with their information highways and cyberspace intelligence. The true story of Adam and Eve is all about the divine creation and heritage of the original African people. They were not only the first man to people the planet Earth, but their will was emerged with the will of their Father God. Drew Ali placed this in the science of Asiatics and Muslims, the mothers and fathers of the human family. Question number 57. Here it would be good to note a Muslim is anyone who submits his or her will entirely to the will of the great God. Hence, Adam and Eve were Muslims before they became Asiatics and human. During the millenniums of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden and into the world called Asia, there were no Europeans made. The hueless ones of the Netherlands were not even a thought. But now, today's pale-skinned nations have had the privilege of governing the earthland, telling his story. All of a sudden, they are the foremost authority on the original, quote-unquote, first family, Adam and Eve. Surely this is parallel only to a bastard given the apocalypse of great-grandparents, or hearing fish stories being told by date trees, or Mutt telling the history of his pedigree, or the green monkey that fathered AIDS. Speaking of monkeys, how is it an entire people who proudly proclaims to evolve from primates know the true history about the human family? Was it not these same people who pillaged the prophetic and oral history from the Hebrew tribes in the first place? Not only that, but as unconscious Moors try to paint themselves black into a biblical history, little do they notice it is the pale-skinned nations of Europe themselves who denounce all claims to the biblical human family. This paganistic practice of making God in the image and likeness of man is a gratified weakness amongst the nations of the earth. In these modern times, the nations of Europe named themselves white, then made Jesus or Yehoshua in their image and call him God. Domesticated African slaves being forbidden first-rate entry into white Freemasonry and white Christianity were allowed to make their own versions of these institutions in the quiet of their slave quarters. Today, these are various NBC fraternal orders and Christian denominations, fully equipped with their own versions of the Bible, complete with black Yehoshuas and surrounding characters in their image and likeness. Oh, the horrors of fallen humanity. Can all this be blamed on the rabid hormones of Mr. and Mrs. Monkey, The biblical story of Adam and Eve, as told by many religions of the cross, originated from Moses and various Hebrew slave tribes of Africa. Most of these tribal stories lost their spiritual significance in the translations from African origins to European carnal comprehension. What was later reported to the world diluted and spiritually deprived versions of Greek interpretations of the creation and fall of man. These diverted rays of the truth were not the real thing, but have predominantly hatched the modern West. Not to speak radical against the church, but it seems to me anyone who teaches man cannot be perfected and then give the great God a mama named Mary should know eventually they would have to face the truth sought by inquiring minds. How did the Greeks fit into biblical history? Turning to the centuries surrounding the life of Yehoshua BC through AD, history reveals the Romans and Greeks were governing Palestine, question number 28. In fact, Greek was made the national language, although the indigenous, like Yehoshua, continued to speak Aramaic, 2 Kings chapter 18, verse 26, Ezra chapter 4, verse 7, the tongue of their forefathers. This is similar to English being made the national language of the United States, although the surviving Canaanite tribes, parentheses, Indians, continue to speak Athabascan and other indigenous dialects. True history will also reflect the Greeks thought all languages, other than Greek, sounded like blah blah ho hum de blah, and considered all non-Greeks barbarians. There are two levels to the Greek language. Classical, parentheses, correct or proper Greek, and Koine Greek is the everyday common street language with standard colloquial trash-talking expressions and general ad-libbing Greek. Islam. So at this time, we want to turn the meeting into the hands of our Consul General of Iowa, Dr. Bati Bey. Islam?
Islam. And first, I'd like to rise and give all manner of praise to Allah, honor to the Prophet, our theocratic government, our royal council, our flag, seal, emblem, our divine constitution, our swift angels, Mufti, citizens alike. Honors to all the Moors that are here in attendance, all the ones that are watching, and honors to our professor for this class, Islam. And we will begin. After the beginning, coin became the word of God. You guessed it. The Septuagint, first translation of the Bible, was translated entirely in the Koine Greek. Naturally, since the Greeks and Romans gave themselves the title of God, question 92, and wrote them their Bibles in Greek and Latin, it is not strange for today's Black Christians, etc., to defend their master's book as the Word of God. To most of them, the only God they have ever known is the same masters which wrote the Bible and then used the same book to justify the Mayafa of African enslavement. Actually, the origin of the word of God began as the words of the ancient pharaohs and simply means voice of the ruler of the land. Question 93. People, namely so-called Negroes, who refer to the Bible as being the word of God, are in fact giving praise to the words of the Greeks, and through various paganistic forms that are pleasing to themselves, making Europeans, white men, their God. This does not mean there are no truths in the Bible, quite the contrary. What this means is the Bible is not and was not ever the word of God, but the words of the Greeks. It does not matter how much the NBC pastors hawk, sweat, and spit in the name of Jesus. The letter J, pale skin God, and all came from the Greeks and was traumatized into the slaves by the European brothers. It must be remembered in the minds of the Greeks, they were the only gods as people. They could not fathom a divine origin and subsequently could not perceive a God greater than themselves, unless it was an African God man, whom they called Yehoshua to this very day. No European nation ever knew or worshiped the great God. As Drew Ali wrote, man's highest ideal is his God. The Greeks, at their greatest, were not powerful enough to completely hide the holy light of Africa that was centralized in ancient Kemet, Egypt. Nevertheless, once the truth has been confounded, it is no longer pure and can do more harm than healing. Where the Greeks and other Europeans have fallen short on African comprehensions is for anyone to know the spirit, they must be the spirit. The Greeks, neither Romans, nor any of the other pale-skinned invaders of the Holy Land never fully understood the spiritual foundation of Hebrew, Aramaic, sister language to Arabic, nor any of the other 200 languages of Akabulan. Note, Akabulan means mother of mankind or Garden of Eden. It is in the descendant language Swahili of the ancient Cushites. Akabulan is the indigenous name given to the continent, later misnomered Africa, by the Romans. Her first true and divine name is Amexem, which means land of the holy gods, or land of the holy people. Morse Holy Quran 46:3. The reason for the lack of transliteration is not because Africans were the primitive monkey-built pagans as portrayed by virtually every European Bible pusher since Constantine, 280 to 337 AD. It is simply because they could not understand the boundless spirit realm. They could not measure what they could not see with their carnal eyes. The world of hallowed covenants, holistic cultures, and the line uniting divinity and matter is incomprehensible to those unable to see inward, the third eye. This was the foremost lesson of the Adamites to learn. Whenever European rulers fail to understand the infinite and the timeless, they will either try to destroy or distort the subsequent manifest. These thoughts draw strength from the bowels of envy, lust, and hatred. It is in the nature of hatred to be short-sighted, a slave to time, and fearful of anything it does not create. Therefore, the foundation of the Bible rests upon the great conspiracy. It was the amalgamation between the Sanhedrin, being the Caliphs, and the government of European rule to nationalize the Jewish religion under the Roman government. The world's greatest cover-up since Adam tried to hide from his maker and had begun. Roman subjugation of Israel's religion is rooted in the feigned crucified death and resurrection of Rabboni Yehoshua. Those Jews who would not conform to the government's version of Judaism were later called Christians, not because they were pious like Yehoshua the Christ, but because the title Christian distinguishes the rebellious Jews from their willing to compromise under the Roman yoke and law. Yes, the first Christians were Jews. This is why Yehoshua warned John, beware of those who call themselves Jews and are not. Revelations 2:9. Today, this Roman assumable jurisdiction of civil customs is reenacted in the United States takeover of prohibition and the lottery numbers game, etc. Remember, selling liquor and running numbers were crimes of felony when acted by America's common people, but a government control of the poor's pleasures was legalized by the use of one word: license. A license is a document of authorization to a practice that would otherwise be illegal. Black's Law Dictionary. Oppression can do strange and often unimaginable things to the human mind. Weak-minded Jews became Christians the same way pork-free African Muslims have been pig feet eating Negro Christians of USA today. The powerful effects of oppression have never been truly measured on the minds of the US slaves. The Bible, with the Hebrew Greek version of Adam and Eve, was siphoned from the Israelites during their state of iron hand oppression. The Greeks recognized the Comedian Egyptian influence in the Mosaic laws, because Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, Hippocrates, etc., had all received their formal education in the Egyptian mystery system, not to mention the notorious Alexander the Greek. The reader should also remember Moses, being raised as an Egyptian aristocrat, received the foremost teachings of its ancient Adept mystery system. These teachings also included perfections of the God self, with its power of dominion over all other living things created by the seven eyes of Allah, the Elohim. This is why the Pharaoh's heart appeared hardened. Pharaoh simply knew all the sciences of the God-man, which Moses had mastered before being exiled. The Egyptian sages were simply not impressed with the exploits by one of their former students, who they viewed now as a traitor for taking the secret teachings into the forbidden lands in the north. Yehoshua, the prophet, also received these lessons, Sunam Bunam, in Egyptian temples, featuring Sultanathe, meaning man know thyself. See religious finale. Back to the Greeks. The book of Moses, collectively called the Torah, translated from the Hebrew language, contains no vowels into Greek, lost a word of spiritual definition. Spiritual definition in the very first draft of the Bible's Old Testament. The Greek version of the Holy Bible, called the Septuagint, the Greek word for 70. 70 is also the Egyptian number for brotherhood. The Septuagint acquired its title from the Council of 70 rabbis that convened to translate the Torah into a low-class Greek language. All subsequent Bibles trickled down from this one, e.g., the Roman Catholic Latin. The infamous King James Version spurned more than 3,000 variations, edited, revised, and fraternal. Word of God. Did I not mention the Holy Quran and the ancient Bhagavad Gita had never been changed? The history is pertinent to Adam and Eve because most of the westernized world is only aware of their biblical version. Yet the Bible was never written by a single prophet, as are other sacred tablets. This is because every major prophet always leaves a holy book of guidance for their special people. And while most Christian scholars are drenched in a maze of unresolved questions about Adam, Eve, and Cain, the flood, Moses, the missing 18 years of Yehoshua's life, etc., really does anyone question who titled the Bible holy in the first place, or who said it was the word of God? Another master question is, since there is no difference between the great God and his name, who is the God that wrote the Bible? Truth is, the era of Moses was about 1300 BC. The oldest Hebrew story in the Bible only dates back to a little less than 4000 BC. Good gracious. There are pyramids and mounds older than these Hebrew stories. The ancient Sepharian Moabites had circumnavigated the entire continent of Mexam by 8000 BC. There were many African civilizations that gave birth to the tribe of Israel, collectively known as Hebrews. In fact, It is not strange that Adam's son Cain already knew his wife, although they were in Nod, east of Eden, Genesis 4:16-17. The entire story of Adam and Eve marks the two great civilizations. The first was during the founding of Atlantis, Lemuria, and Mu. This one was before the catastrophic earthquake, which is often confused with a 40-day biblical monsoon called the flood. When Moses led the tribes of Egypt east into the promised land, did I mention the Moabites were already using Moab and the Amorites were busy in Ammon and there were some Canaanites still in Canaan? In other words, the promised land was already being occupied by natives of that era. An accurate history would also reflect that the promised land was another lawful providence of ancient Kemet, Egypt. During this time, the only gods of the civilized world were the pharaohs, who were the rulers of the earthland. They were not too pleased with those who called themselves Jews squatting in their land across the sea. It seems, it seems the descendants of those self-proclaimed Jews of the era would be repeating the same exodus 3,300 years later in the 1948 Western-backed proclamation of Islamic occupied land. Case in point, the biblical Hebrew stories are not the true origin of the human family. These stories are mostly abstract versions of the divine creation, fall, and perfection of man. These histories of the world were learned by an enslaved people, Hebrews, while under Kemetic rule and mystery system. The world's first religious creed, Islamism. By slavers never being greater than their masters, they rarely understand the origin or nature of the master's creed. Anyway, the original Hebrews with Moses' Egyptian teachings did not believe that God or man had beginnings, nor did they believe that spirit man could die, not as long as the great God lives. The Egyptians had taught Moses that man is a perfect being. This is why the great Torah in its original Harabu text is by far more accurate than today's infamous Word of God. But only a few NBC people dig back far enough to the origin of a given matter. The truth of the creation and fall of man states, time never was when man was not. If life of any man at any time began, a time will come when it would end. More Holy Quran, chapter 1. In contrast to this immutable truth, the Greeks' Holy Bible gave God the creation and man various time slots, with the Bible's infamous opening Aleph passage of in the beginning. Alpha passage of in the beginning. Genesis 1:1. In the beginning is the Greek misinterpretation of the Hebrew oral history and became the start of today's Once Upon a Time. Introduction to some Western stories. Only one kind of person would equate the infinite absolute with the finite duration called time. Perhaps this is why Nobuju Ali stated, finite mind cannot comprehend things infinite. Ironically, the majority of the man-made people, American Negroes and Blacks, have not figured out one major problem. With all the religions and political world rulers and evangelistic preaching about love and humanity, why is it that none of the major religions teach them the truth of who they are? But then again, the problem itself has been a secret till now. Now the sum of the biblical discrepancies and other Greek Roman slants to the original man aforementioned, let us now remind ourselves of Africa's Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve, as documentation, is the ancient Comedian and Moabite record of spirit man's descended into human form and conscious liberation back to the all of his God state again. For those Black African Americans, especially stuck in the stupor of disbelief and never questioned what God, Greek, is the Bible truly the Word of God, they need to review on one historical revelation. The modern world is nearly 86% populated by people of olive skin. There are Bibles in all of them, even Islamic countries. Yet, how many nations and tribes of Africa descended, all people of hue, owned and ruled their indigenous land without European intervention? But the Bible and its trademark cross are in these places. And uh, who is the economic and more often than not political, social, and religious ruler of their lands? How much has truly changed since the era of Brother Yehoshua? See Illuminati. So, what does this have to do with Adam and Eve? Value, just plain value. So, what does this have? Excuse me. Security. Security is what gives a thing value. An accurate, unbiased, and truthful history of any place, person, and time is what gives it value. Security is a manifest of purity, cleanliness, and truth. To see Adam, Ish, and Eve, Isha, in their God state as the original man, chosen to be made from the soil of Eden, a Mexam Akabalan, Africa, then as the first humans to walk the earth and is to know their true history. The true history of Adam and Eve is so infinitely valuable to the Moorish. These were the children of Adam Ish and Eve Isha because they honored them as the divine link to the Creator. As long as Moorish nations remember their sacred origin, they could not be mentally enslaved. This is why it took the nations of Europe under the Roman Catholic Christian crusade 2,000 years to break the minds of the Moors and whitewash away Adam and Eve from their memories. In fact, without speaking radical, the Bible is the chief agitator of the whitewashing machine of Adam and Eve. This is the reason they, the prophets and Yehoshua, appear suddenly pale-skinned in the final rinse and colored churches of today's Vatican subsidies. Islam. Is with this, I would like to turn the meeting over to Marvin Edwards Bay, Consul General of Texas. Islam, peace and love.
Islam family, I'm Dr. Marvin Edwards Bay. Praise and honors have been given, but I'll reiterate all praise to the great God Allah, and highest honors to his prophet, Prophet Noble Drew Ali, and honors to everything that is Moorish. And I'll begin the finale of religious controversies. Dear readers, it is not the intent of this chapter to speak radical against the major or the millions of minor organized religious groups. I, the author, do not desire to cause harm to a living soul on this or any occasion at all. The contents of my book, Noble Drew Ali / The Last Prophet, are truly dedicated to the exhuming of a nation through the high principles of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. These are just simple lessons being returned in due time to a rightful and most deserving people. Until now, the majority of what so-called Negroes, Black folk, and colored people in DC know about religion have been learned from their foreign European oppressors. This is why especially true, this is especially true of the NBC whose beliefs are totally circumscribed by European Christianity / Arabian Islamic teachings, interpretations, and rituals. Since these theories are cultivated upon the subjugation and enslavement of Africans, It can only yield Sunday harvest of converted Black Christians that will never be greater than their oppressors. Candidly, the histories to both of these orders consider their roles in the continental occupation of Akubalan as eleemosynary and conquest of its Africans as doing the will of their God. The subject matter is religion. Religions usually involve matters of the heart, rituals, and perceptions of a deity or gods. Noble Drew Ali said, man's highest ideal is his God. Hence, man's God today, tomorrow may not be God, because as man unfolds, his God unfolds. Moore's Holy Quran, chapter 10, ayat 16. Therefore, this chapter will attempt to tiptoe through the minefields of religions, through the wars, pogroms, and millenniums of mass enslavements to psychic of mankind, where an entire people have been buried in shallow graves in the names and commands of various gods. This magnanimous task will be attempted without offending any of the gods or men that serve them. Yeah, right. Bear in mind, this book's ultimate focus is the exhuming of a clean and pure nation of people. Regrettably, this new nation is buried beneath Western rubble, which mostly appears as religious as religions. It is therefore necessary to sift through millenniums of religious dogma, superstitions, spookism, and a few Jesus to expose the only rejected gem of the human family. This nation, the Moorish Americans founded by their holy prophet Noble Drew Ali, is actually the proverbial rejected cornerstone, the lost tribe of Shabazz, the lost found nation of the West, and the return of the ancient ones, the Ishmaelite, the tribe of Ali, the 144,000, etc., etc. Martin Luther King Jr. referred to them as we, as a people, will get to the promised land. This nation is properly revealed as the lost found tribes of Ali. This name is exact because the holy prophet Drew Ali is the only one that found them, gave them their true free national name, and claimed them. Naturally, he had to break the Roman seals in order to redeem his people hidden therein. It is only fair to forewarn readers about this chapter with all its benevolent intentions. Certain of its truth will piss off the devil. In fact, it will infuriate Satan, Lucifer, beasts, some demagogues, and few other gods of African oppression. It may even cast out Western poltergeists that are secretly possessing African bodies. Fortunately, in this new era of time now, all truths are being revealed. So Satan, claiming to be the image and likeness of Allah in this chapter, will be uncovered as the shadow of our lower selves and will pass away. See Adam and Eve. All modern religions carry at least a reflection of the truth somewhere near their cornerstone. All truth is one, and one truth never contradicts another truth. So essentially, this is a bond of harmony in religions of the earth, where all nations can learn to love instead of hate. Religion. The word religion derives from the Latin words religio or credere, credo or creed, and basically means a system of beliefs or faith or a faith. Africans developed the first religious creed and used it as a cornerstone for building character during their civilizing of the world. Being the first humans created, these sun-kissed people, still knowing their oneness with their creator, marked the one pathway uniting divinity to matter. The African peoples consciously fashioned religion as scientific law because law is the only thing that governs all events. Western religions are the Greek-Roman conversion to African sacred schools of thought. To a large degree, what we see today as religions pale in contrast to the God realization of the ancient ones. The essence of the word religion as used today is but a shadow interpretation of the original Egyptian holistic system. It is the nature of a true religious creed to teach the practitioner to learn, know, and worship the God within. If a religion introduced a media between man and himself as God, for example, prophet, man, or earthly manifest, it is not a true religion. When the God to worship resides in a place other than in the heart, the worshiper denotes to sacrilege. Today, religious separate, isolate, and cause more harm than help. So-called modern religions have created more wars and sanctioned more battlefield executions than slave lynching in America. The ancient Kemet, from where all today's religions derived, taught man's uniting with his God through concentrated thought and remembrance was the utmost foundation to events of life. The unseen Great Spirit was seen in all things, especially man himself. This action was recognizing the force of light and sound as the omnipotent giver of life and the acceptance of that life in human mud, body of flesh. Hence, the definition of Islamism, Hence, the definition of the old-time African religion is law. Universal law is harmony with the self. Simple. Drew Ali called this law Islamism. He taught the Moors Islamism is the name of their religion. Therefore, their ancient forefathers called it the Egyptian mystery system. The basis of Catholicism and her multi-denomination children is founded upon the premise of serving a visible trinity of gods which exists outside, not within man. In the world of dualities, see Adam and Eve's dualities, religions are social necessities. They serve as reminders of man's rights and wrongs, do's and don'ts, sow and reap, good and evil, etc. Some governments and commune leaders as citizen social pacifiers to the hereafter also use religions. These theologies have been dubbed has been dubbed as opium for the masses because of its sedative powers. Religions are used to quell civil unrest from their oppression. Religions can serve the purpose of establishing laws for man to govern himself in harmony with all other living things. In reality, this is not what religions of today indoctrinate. Religion to the ancient Africans was holistic and fundamentally the science of life, which balanced with the harmonies of life and resulted in peace. This is why Noble Drew Ali reminded the Moors, our ancient forefathers were Muslims and accepted Islam, peace, parenthesis, peace, as early as drinking water. All the major African prophets taught a portion of Islam. Prophet Muhammad descended through the African seed of Hagar, perfected the ancient Egyptian mysteries for the first time into the Arabic language. The transliteration of the ancient mystery system, the world's first religious creed, into a single Arabic expression is pronounced al-Islam or Islam, meaning peace in Arabic. To this day, over 1 billion Muslims refer to this perfect transliteration as Quranic Arabic. Contrary to public belief, the only prophet Muhammad, contrary to public belief, the Holy Prophet Muhammad did not invent Islam, nor did he create or perfect a new religion. Islam was, is, and will forever be the perfect religion. Its perfect path is portrayed in the creation and fall of man and the story of Adam and Eve. By the time Muhammad I received the revelation in Havilah, Islamism had already been taught and practiced for over 20,000 years in ancient Kemet. Noble Drew Ali himself, a prophet to the Moorish Americans, taught, question, what is our religion? Answer, Islamism. Question, is that the new or old-time religion? Answer, old-time religion. The origin of Islamism, not Islam, means the science or the adept philosophy of peace. He taught the Moors the religious ways of their ancient forefathers. This was the Moorish science, the study of self-mastery. The masters know there is a great science in the exercise of thoughtless thinking. Since thought is the cause of all things, he wanted to teach the Moors to think. Think. Then they will be able to save themselves. The concentrate of peace, Islam, is to meditate within using concentrated thought. Question, who made you? Answer, Allah. Question, to whom do we refer to at times as being the great God? Answer, Allah. Question, can we see him? Answer, no. Question, what is truth? Answer, truth is art, and art is Allah. Question, what other name do we give to truth? Answer, holy breath. Question, where is the nearest place to meet him? Answer, in the heart. Also see third eye. Noble Drew Ali said, the young Moors with their third eyes wide open would be the ones to enforce his laws, and the old Moors must take a seat in the back, because we are going to have to take these principles and straighten out our brothers in Islam in the East. They have gone astray, have accepted demons from afar, and are now at war against themselves. It goes without saying the only thing a Muslim, Christian, or Jew will accept will be a higher adept teaching of what they already have faith in. None of Drew Ali's teachings support anything except love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, the 5 highest principles known to man. His pure and clean nation about to unfold will live by the powers of the life-giving as above, so below. Islam. The word Islam is Arabic for the word peace. Yet, peace like most other principles of life, has become desensitized here in the West. Peace itself is infinite and in existence before Arabians were a thought. Peace is Allah, the great God, and the divine mind. Peace has no partners, faults, nor opposition. Peace is infinitely pure and is in no way related to war, oppression, or strife. Their forefathers, the original African man, were the first to use peace. Most people, including some Muslims, equate peace as the opposite of war. This is an unbalanced concept and a grave misunderstanding of the word peace. Peace is the ordained harmonies of the universal order and of life. Peace is the state of security found where divine laws are enforced. It is the tranquility and the freedom of all living things being themselves. Wars or strife are man-made weaknesses and conditions. There is but one true peace, and man must grow inward. Wow, yeah. There is but one true peace, and man must grow inward to return to that peace. And true peace, like Allah, is one and is found only in man's conquered self. War and peace are related only from the finite point of view. This is why carnal man from the lands of fallen humanity must have strife before peace. Yet, like shadows are reflection caused by light, so is strife caused by peace. Peace and light exist without war and shadow. Peace is not found in pain, misery, or in the muzzle of a gun. Only the swift sword of wisdom can place the sabers of human knowledge into the sheath of peace. Ironically, the pale-skinned nations of Europe have sought peace at the end of a weapon for the past 3,000 years. Today, they still sleep with one claw on their oppressed and the other claw on their weapon. Their idea of peace rests in their breasts between the two. See Illuminati's chaos. Yehoshua calls this type of peace the peace of death. When he was asked, "Are you indeed the Prince of Peace?" Appendix, Life, Works, and Teachings of Yehoshua, 13, verse 4 through 5. What is the Moorish American's religion? 17. What is our religion? Islamism. 18. Is that a new or is that the old time religion? Old time religion. These are yet two more of the 101. These are two more of the 101 Quran questions for Moorish Americans found in Noble Drew Ali's questionnaire. There is a golden cord of divinity which unites all the questions and their answers. However, for a good understanding, one must have love, a true knowledge of history, and reliance upon Allah. Indeed, no finite mind can comprehend things infinite. Without these necessities, there cannot be any comprehension of Allah's one-on-one questions and answers. Every nation with free national standards is entitled to their forefathers' creed and independent religious path to the great God. Their rituals, customs, prayers, songs, and methods of practice are formed in a measure suitable to their salvation. All the ancient nations rooted in Africa have a divine origin. Moorish Holy Quran, chapter 45. The oneness of this divine origin is man's spiritual source of strength, and it is sustained through wisdom. Man's natural ethereal plane is spirit. Here, as well as there, he receives nourishment through thought activity. The faster and the more pure thoughts are from his higher self, the mother of virtue and the harmonies of life. Let me read that again. The faster and the more pure thoughts are from his higher self, the mother of virtue and the harmonies of life. They breed justice, mercy, love, and right. The slower, sluggish, and unclean thoughts are created in his lower self, whom men call the devil. Once these negative thoughts manifest outside of himself, they become Shaitan, Satan, going to and fro the earth seeking whom it may devour. Question number 75. Here is where the fall of man really began. From here begot Lucifer, dragon, and beast. The fallen righteous corrupt nations and man-made men respectively. The lower self breeds hatred, slander, lewdness, murders, theft, and everything that harms. Question 73. Every ancient nation has its religion, philosophy, and science, or otherwise a sacred school of thought which unites divinity and matter. The Moorish Americans are no exception. They too have their own religion. It is their own religion, the religion of their ancient forefathers, who are the true and divine founders of the first religious creed for the redemption and salvation of mankind on earth. Most Holy Quran 48, ayah 7. Currently, the fallen Moorish people of North America are serving pale-skinned Jesus, parenthesis S, crosses, white men, and other gods of Europe, most of which they know from little to nothing. I'll read that again. Currently, the fallen Moorish people of North America are serving pale-skinned Jesuses, crosses, white men, and other gods of Europe, most of which they know nothing, most of which they know little, from little to nothing. They worship a religion borrowed from foreign lands and forced upon them under 4 centuries of death, threats, and physical deprivations. The breaking of their will gave hope to their safety. Today, this safety is termed as being saved. Being saved usually invokes favors and leniency of God, the ruler of the land. See question 93, number 93. The air of safe enjoyment for their lives and possessions drew images of a promised heaven yonder after death. The followers deemed themselves free, found and apart from their doomed brothers outside their God's house, the church. Here in the Western Hemisphere, the concepts of ancient Egyptian mystery systems have been misconstrued and presented to the masses under the Greek word religion. Under the word religion, worship replaces knowledge of self, and rituals are instead of the deification instruction which man needs. Under the church, God has a day off for rest, and preaching is now where holistic lessons are supposed to be. Only in the upper Christian societies and the secret lodges of Freemasonry are the higher degrees of man as God is discussed. Westernized religions are all based upon the carnal nature formed by the 5 senses of European rulers. Their highest ideal is the God compiled of what they can see, hear, taste, touch, and smell. From these divide, oh, I just read that. Hence, oh boy, okay. From these derive a carnal nature based upon the body of desires, wants, and greeds. Hence, modern day religions are heavily commercialized with pagan celebrations under the guise of holy days, holidays. For example, Christmas, Santa Claus, Easter's egg-laying rabbits, or Sunday's musical fashion shows, etc. Unfortunately, for so-called Black Christians, any blessings they receive is because their Lord and Savior, Jesus, the white man, Christ, has bestowed upon them. On the other hand, crimes, sins, and most diseases are white on black, wrath and prison upon the sinners, police. And the word was corn Greek, and the word was corn Greek. It must be understood that slaves do not have choices. This holds especially true for those labeled blacks and Negroes. Therefore, Christianity, which is a negative Cometian Egyptian three-step picture from man to God, Most Holy Quran, chapter 7, ayat 25 to 31, was forced upon them. The true teachings of prophets Moses, Solomon, David, Jehoshaphat, and other Egyptian adepts were translated through Hellenistic Greek, 400 BC to 4th AD, by what Alexander the Greek, 356 to 323 BC, Aristotle 384 to 322 BC, Socrates 469 to 399, Plato 428 to 347 could decipher from their lying eyes. By the time this hoax of Greek philosophy was poisoned into the Roman Catholic order, it gave birth to Christianity. The majority of modern day Christianity is, as it is currently advertised as the Word of God, is focused upon an array of cultural misnomers of ancient Moorish civilizations, especially Egypt, which was the capital empire of the Dominion of Africa, chapter 47. It must be clearly understood that 500 AD to 200 AD, the Greeks didn't know jack about being civilized. In fact, the Egyptians were educating many Greeks before and after the invasion by Alexander the Greek. Yes, I said the Greek, being the Moorish descendant, pardon, so did I say that? Being the Moorish descent and, whoa. In fact, the Egyptians were educating many Greeks before and after the invasion of Alexander the Greek. Yes, I said the Greek. Being Moorish descent and author of this book, I cannot see a former guest turned conqueror of my people as great. Thus, he's just Alexander the Greek. Then the Romans added their seasoning to this religious dish of Christianity. The Italians translated the Greek misnaming of Egyptian sciences into Latin. From the Roman Empire to the Roman Catholic Church, through the Renaissance and on into the English language. A people's language expresses the totality of their understanding and determines their prosperity. And if one's language does not capture the essence of another language, then its truth will not be conveyed. The accuracy and the timing will not be in the translations. Without truth, one is subject to deception and hypocrisy. The original Bible was not the Word of God, but in reality, it was the words of the Greeks. Today's Bible and others is often called the Word of God, and no one can tell its million of faithful NBC people other than that is the people other than it is God's word. Little do they realize the wages of inaccurate history is a darkened future. As vividly revealed later in this chapter, it was the Greeks, not God, who wrote the first Bible, albeit the so-called black people are mere readers of the word and not its authors. Most fail to see the impossibility in reading any manuscript without absorbing the opinion of its author. Needful to say, the Greek misinterpreted slant to Moses' revelations to the ancient Egyptian mysteries are a far cry from the soul perfecting degrees of the ancient African words. Therefore, it is a dire necessity when studying history, one must take into account all the surrounding times, peoples, and conditions in order to ensure the validity of their history, of that history. This is why Muslims teach Quranic Arabic to all Islamic converts, no matter their national tongue. As a result, they will receive the full flavor of Allah's message through his holy prophet Muhammad. There are many words in the Arabic language that cannot be transliterated into English, Latin, Spanish, etc., without losing some or all of their potencies, especially English, which is well known as the mutt or bastard language of the planet. Islam, Islam, Islam. And I'll turn it back over to our instructor, Dr. Shadi Shadu Amenti Amuhezi Shepsual, Islam.
Islam. Can you hear me, Grand Man?
Yes, sir. I hear you loud and clear. Islam?
Yes, sir. Gratitude for that grand reading, family. And this is a powerful measure, family. I was trying to actually, while you was reading, get certain pictures out of our brother Mustafa Gadala's work, because they're going to be definitely relevant to where we're going to be going this morning. I actually got a couple of tabs up here. I won't be going into all of the information when it comes to dealing with these tabs, but we're gonna definitely lay it out to where our Moorish kin can get a grand drawing. This is our stage of going through what we call the Heka-Ptah, that is known presently by many as Greek. We're gonna deal with a lot of misconceptions and set the record straight so that our family know exactly what's going on, because contrary to the popular belief, whereas we hear many of our people regurgitating what Rome has taught, they would tell you that Coptic is an offshoot from the Greek, and nothing can be further from the truth. We got to stop pushing that lie, and I want to say that and be stern about it, because our people have been pushing the lie, of making that statement and saying, that the Coptic come from the Greek, and it's really the other way around. And we're going to get into that because we have to lay that foundation before we go anywhere, and so we ask that our family most definitely be attentive to what it is that we have to present, and we can definitely go into a grand drawing so as to give our family some insight so that they know exactly what's going on, and they can be what they know as opposed to what, they have been told and what somebody has always, tried to come up and mislead them by, so to speak. So I got a couple of PDFs that we went over before, and we always revisit a lot of these PDFs, so that our family can have a clear conception of the information that we bring into the manifest. So just give me a second here, and I want to pull this up because I got two different documents here, and I have another one here so that our family that are not familiar with what we are familiar with, we can get them some insight as well. And that's the main drawing. We just have to be willing to get rid of that Eurocentric thought pattern of thinking that everything Rome teach us is right. And I don't understand how it's possible that we even think like that, especially when we start calling ourselves so-called Pan-African, and we supposed to be so much about our people, but yet we still are being mentally enslaved under this Eurocentric thought pattern. It don't make no sense to be conscious and a slave at the same time. Like, literally, how is that possible? Make it make sense. You can't be a conscious slave. I ain't never seen a conscious slave yet, because if he conscious, then you wouldn't be a slave. You see? So make no mistake about it. Okay, so what I'm gonna do here, before I go anywhere, I want to go here. I'm gonna share the screen, and then we'll get into everything else in regards to dealing with the Heka-Ptah. And it was necessary that y'all get that drawing on the Book of Fire, the exhuming of a nation, because it led up to everything. The chairman went in on that corn Greek a few times up in there, and also while letting you know what our way of life is. Okay, so let me do it here. All right, we're gonna go up here. And, a lot of this right here I don't have to go into because we're not really dealing with that at this particular time. We ain't dealing with the modded. We just came out of the modded. We'll be going back through it again. Y'all got the keys though to do further research in those areas, and that's what it is, so that we can go do that research while we still moving along. You often hear me when I speak of what we call Heka-Ptah. I always go back to this particular picture here, and it's necessary that I go here so that our people can see what the original inhabitants of Greece looked like before the Ptolemies got up in there. So this is like 565, 560 BC, and this is more during the time of what a lot of the modern scholars, they call it the Greek Batid dynasty. But in all actuality, these were really the Etruscans and the, who are known really as the Kiftihu is another name that we can call them by, or the Attics is another name that they give them. Also, you see they use the term Cyrenian, of Libyan aspect. This is actually the king, Arcesilas, you see? And they saying he's watching over a bundle of wood. Now we can see the bundles of wood or whatever is here, but look at their makeup. And you can see the language that they are actually writing in up here. Keep that in mind. This is what modern Europeans like to call Greek. But I'm saying that that's not Greek, that's Heka-Ptah. You see? Heka-Ptah, is another way of saying Coptic, or some people say Egyptian, in the way that we express it. Heka-Ptah is Heka and Ptah, being of the house of Ptah. So this is the language of the house of Ptah, when we go into this special measure, as opposed to being the language of the Greeks. And we can also see a lot of like the stork in this boat, like measures really actually scales, but it looked like the boat. See the scale coming down over here? We can see many things reminiscent of Kemet here. We know that this is definitely a brother. See, bearded. He has that thick beard with the hair, melanated. We ain't even got it. Then you got the long locks that the brother has in his head. We can see that in this era and time. This style has been inherited all the way up until now, we most definitely have preserved the way of our ancestors. And I'm gonna do this just for a bonus, just because I'm gonna hit this link right here too, since I already got it open. I was showing our family this. Here's the alphabet. Pay attention. You know, this is Zeus. You see, Zeus is who is this is supposed to be a representation of. So we can see, you know, even here, you know, the deities was melanated. This is another depiction of Zeus. You know, this is another one of the antiques. I just put Asia there because they consider Greece, you know, in certain aspects, a part of Asia Minor to a certain degree. But this is, you know, Poseidon with his trident in his hand. Y'all seen Marvel comics, and when they deal with what they call Aquaman, you know, and a lot of that stuff dealing with the trident has to do with a relation to that, also dealing with the Atlantean culture. Here's another measure right here, Poseidon. And this is Medusa. You know, notice that they all melanated. You know, this is Poseidon again with his trident. They tried to low-key throw some European light colored like hair in there, unless the brother had some dye in his hair, but we know he Asiatic. Definitely wasn't no European. You can see the same lock do right here in the head of the brother with the same beard. Poseidon again, you know, Poseidon and Iona. And as we go all the way up into this family, it's evident. See the same thing. This is actually who that I think that, yeah, Atlas. Atlas is actually holding the world on his shoulders. You know, that's what Atlas, you know, like the Atlas that you buy, you know, when you're dealing with scientific projects and you're dealing with geography and so forth and so on. So this is Atlas. You know, you can see he has the same locks in his head. This is more like a centaur version. You see Hermes here, Hermes with the Atef crown on, the white crown and the red crown. And the reason this is being because it is said that those who went into Greece, you know, were Kemetic colonies, Egyptian colonies. You see, prior to the Romans even having any type of ring there, so to speak. So we sent colonies throughout the world, you know, when it comes to the center of Kemet. You know, you can see like the dog here, almost similar to Anpu or Anubis. You see, and yet this is on what they would call classical or ancient Greek. This is a close-up of, you know, Hermes, you know, and I want to say that may be Hercules right there in his arm, if I ain't mistaken. But that's his staff. See, he has the wing-like shoes on here. Let's see here. We know that this ain't a fluke because you see the dark melanated, see the brother with the crown on again. This is Hermes. You know, then you see Athena right here. Not Athena, but a pardon self, a European here. Pouring, you know, look like something into a container for this particular brother. I want to say that's Hercules again. Let me see, make sure, because I actually, no, it's Apollo, pardon self, that's Apollo. And I actually had the years on here, 525, 515. So this is all prior to the Ptolemies. So we want to give our people an outline. This is Hercules right here. And Apollo. And then you see the Eurocentric looking pale-skinned woman standing here. So it's showing you a distinction between these people that was ruling and these people that was actually moving in service in most cases. Same thing right here. Let me see which one this was. This is the birth of Athena, 570 to 560 BC. And you look in between here, if you look closely, it's kind of distorted. You can see the same alphabet, you know, in between here, what they would call Greek writing. We got more clarity on other things, so that's no big deal. Here's another measure here again, showing, the pale skin actually paying homage to the melanated, God man, so to speak. This is a depiction of the birth of Athena as well, 545 to 535 BC. You can see the same thing here being depicted. Birth of Athena, who was said to be an Amazon. You ever seen the movie Wonder Woman? You'll see how they try to connect that to that information, but they're not telling you who these people really are. This is Dionysus, who is also sometimes known as Sabazius. We talked about this the other night when we was talking about the tribe of Shabazz being ancient Cushites. Sabazius is synonymous with Osiris, and also Dionysus. They are said to be a depiction of the same deity. So here's another expression. You see the locks in the brother head, just like this is a common way that they wore their hair. There it is again up here. You can see Dionysus look like a Mosses and Men Sudden up here. I can't read the rest of it, but see the European coming over here bringing a hair to the brother. So it was a lot of like pale skin serving the melanated here in Greek culture. So wonder how they end up twisting it and saying that we were serving them and we've been slaves forever and a day. But I get it. After looking at that type of stuff right there, being written in stone and on the wall and on different relics, it probably would upset me too. Just like it do when I see that Eurocentric Yehoshua, so to speak. So here's Zeus. Speaking of Yehoshua, this is a part of the name. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. They don't be knowing they calling on Zeus, when they demonstrate like that. But anyway, this is the god of Jupiter, E.A.R.S. Another way of, dealing with is Zeus. See, he's melanated. Helios, same thing, melanated. Athena, you already know, melanated. Adonis. So when you be watching these Greek movies, whether our people know it, just like they boycotted that movie called The Gods of Egypt because they didn't see none of our people in there, they need to start boycotting a couple of these movies here too. See Adonis? They made you believe that Adonis, was more Eurocentric, but this is classical material right here. You can go look this stuff up. For Lymphamus, same thing. And this this is just going on and on, family. Artemis, same thing. Here's another depiction of the Ephesian Artemis. And you see, come on, man. We can't make this stuff up. We cannot make this stuff up, family. This is real. These are real relics right here. It took a long time for me to put this stuff together, too. Look at the alphabet. It's very important you pay attention to this, because this is going to come up. See the brother's locks in his head. He got the beard. Okay. You can go look this up. All you got to do is look up the Attics. Same thing. Apollyon. Okay, here's another one. More like, you can see that alphabet up in there too. Another picture looked like a Dionysus, but they tried to put the Eurocentric hair on it. Here it is again. Helios we see up here being depicted as deeply melanated, and so forth and so on. So we want to, I'm showing you this so that we can distinguish between the Ptolemies and the people that was there before the Ptolemies. So it was a lot of people there in among them, in this particular period here. See the alphabet here again in between here, and you see it again. The more ancient you find, and you'll see that a lot of this stuff is our people. And it's distinguished again. See that how dark and melanated this brother is, and he got the European coming over here. She's serving him again, pouring something in his cup. Same thing here. See, this brother here got a little age on him because his locks done turned gray, basically. See, this is the type of stuff here made the European start the Ku Klux Klan, because you know the Klan was started by them women. You know, they said that they wasn't gonna have they women being taken in advantage of, as they like to call it, when all the while they women was the one taking advantage of the people that was considered slaves. You know, so yeah, a lot of this here is basically just showing you the different depictions, you know, so that when we start talking and I go into certain measures, it makes sense. So that's the purpose in which it's necessary for me to even show what I'm showing here, you know. And we have even more pictures outside of this. Some people will say them just photos. We can go further than the photos. Trust me when I tell you that. I'm gonna show you real quick what I'm talking about. Okay, where it is. It's always good to revisit the information and come back around, because we use the hammer repetition. We can bring this back to the people, and they get it a little bit more. I'd be a little more in depth for them. So, okay, so let me come down here. I should have a copy up here. I think I had one over not long ago. It should show up here. Not that one. I'm gonna have to go over here into this area here and go into my actual documents. Let's see here. Not that one there. There it is. This is the one I'm looking for. Stolen Legacy. I actually have a video on here on this too, family. You know, where I was going into this history. And remember I was talking about calling them the Kifty. You know, going back to Kemetty, you can see the same style starting right there, where you have them with the locks in their heads. And this is the same ones that you just seen, you know, later, because this is a little more ancient. But this is the same ones that you seen in those depictions when I was showing you in this other PDF that we had just got done with, this one right here. See that same hairdo right there? You know, and this is a later period. Like I said, a lot of this from 500 BC, which was most definitely before the Ptolemies, as we know, because Ptolemies came on the scene around after 333 BC. That was during Alexander the Greek, and Ptolemies come right in on the hem of that. And we also showed you this one right here, you know, which is a more modern form. They still got that same hairdo. You know, see the alphabet here. You see even the staff right here look like a staff with serpents on it, you know, with a little sun ball on it. Look like even a jet pillar connected to it, but that's a whole nother measure. But going back over here in this more ancient time, they were called the Kiftihu. And if you really look at this word, if we were dealing with the sound shift in this right here, we can actually replace the I with an O, the F with a P, because F and P is interchangeable. And this would become Coptihu if we was doing it that way, sound shifting. This was an example of the area, you know, that was, they basically was in an area that had a plane sphere similar to this. I just put the 7 in the center because it reminded me of our Grand National seal in the circle 7. So this is in Kemet. Here's another depiction of a brother here. You know, he has the beard. He didn't have quite the locks, but that was also a style. This is another depiction of him here down up under that. same ones. All you got to do is look this stuff up. They often even use the term later, the Keta is another name, which is what a Hittite, also have their connection, which are connected to even your, what you want to say, your Phoenician. And it makes sense when you go into looking at everything. So this is an alphabet chart too, by the way. The same alphabet that you've seen being depicted in most of the pictures that I just showed you. You see? This is Coptic. Notice the Coptic alphabet contained 32 letters. They would tell you that the Coptic was a modified version and 7 letters was added to the Greek alphabet. And that's what we're getting ready to debunk, before we go into anything else. So in this particular document here, dealing with introduction to Sahidic fragments, but Sahidic is just one version of what we call Coptic. It's like 7 different dialects. It says, Dr. Murray says the Coptic is an original tongue. It says, for it derives all its indeclinable words and particles from radicals pertaining to itself. Not Greek, itself. Its verbs are derived from its own resources. There is no mixture of any foreign language in its composition. Then they say except Greek. And this is because Greek has now begun to claim itself as being a language when there's really no such thing as a Greek language when it relates to these alphabets right here. These alphabets right here, they was Coptic before they started calling them Greek. See, our brother G.M. James tell you in Stolen Legacy, how are they going to be a such thing as a Greek philosophy, a Greek language, or Greek this and Greek that, when the same people that killed off and exiled most of the people that were dealing with the Kemetic knowledge, they killed them for so-called teaching Greek philosophy. So it don't make no sense for Greek philosophy to rise up as a philosophy when it was being persecuted. That's like, we know the opposition that most Christians have to Islam, them promoting the Quran. It don't make no sense. But anyway, here's some more pictures, of the same people, a more modern expression. Here are certain pictures here where they disfigured the noses on these particular measures here. But this one here, Septimus Severus, a Hannibal, the more, it's said to actually have a connection. This is why they call Italians Roman Negroes. They actually use the other expression, but I use Negro for, the sake of being a little nice. But, that's if you look at some movies, certain movies, they often make reference to that. And a lot of the mafia movies, and make jokes about being descendants of, Negroes and so forth and so on. They know who their daddy is. Prophet Noble Drew Ali said that's why they so mean, our people. He said because they got, he said the Italians so mean because they got a crossbreed between our blood and the European blood. Brother got on what is somewhat like a dashiki back then. But here, right here, another depiction, as melanated as ever. You see them up there. This is all coming out of the area. Here's some more depictions here. Here's the actual bust of the head of an Etruscan. When you hear the term Minoan Etruscans in their origin, this is 700 BC. So you can see that, and that looked more similar to the brother I was showing you earlier, whose hair hadn't grown quite long. When you go up here, he still has the same beard right up here in this side here. Yeah, you can see that they had those two styles of the hair. Here's another depiction. It's funny because this looked like a young, kind of favored a young brother the rapper brother they call Young Thug a little bit there. But you can see the hair coming down right here. You know, same measure. You see the dark melanated aspect, you know, the big lip, broad nose. This is a Etruscan terracotta relief from 600 BC. This is another one here from 500 BC. Here's another one from 500 BC. These actually look like people I know. These people look like people that I know right here. So here, right here, Etruscan Antifex, which is 500 BC again, around that same area. You know, but these are depictions in the area that they call in so-called Greece. This is before the Ptolemies now, like 200 years prior to the Ptolemies. This is another Etruscan from 400, 300. So it's obvious that them most definitely are, you know, people of our phenotype and melanated, so to speak. Yeah, they was called Etruscans and so forth and so on, but they still come from the same stock, which is African. This was one in Rome. Here's a sister. This is 100 AD. So even after 100 AD, they were still looking the same. So this means even after the Ptolemies had got there, the pale-skinned Ptolemies that come from the Heka-Ptah through that lineage, so to speak, adopting their worship, you know, there was still people that looked the same way, family. So when you look at all of this here, 200 BC, the sister, they'll definitely look like somebody you know. You know, you can see where they got that dark skin and put that little light color measure on there. Maybe they were dyeing their hair, I don't know, but Roman youth right here. See the coarse hair right there. Still looking like people that you may know. Same thing here. See, this is the type of stuff they don't teach you in history class in the Eurocentric school. It take hard work because it's so scattered abroad for us to show this right here to our people. You see? We have to do this now before we go into information, because if we don't, somebody gonna get it twisted. But you can't refute all of this. You see, you can't say this is by chance. All these different depictions is found by studying, you know, ancient Greece, the Etruscans, you know. So we even see the Punic alphabet written on the tablet here. You know, the Syrians and so forth and so on. There's a connection between them. Are Phoenicians as well. Mesopotamia, a lot of people don't know they all in the same family. So when you come here, you see, and this is very important in regards to dealing with what we're going into this morning. You have the word Maharum or Mari Moor, but this is a Phoenician bus. You know, that word came through the Phoenician here. This is the Phoenician word that actually is equivalent to the word Mari. It says a Phoenician bust from the Phoenician period in Spain. Tradition has it that the Phoenicians founded the city of Gadir and Cadiz in western Spain. In other words, they really talking about the Moors. 1100 BC to exploit the natural resources in the area housed in Mosea de Cadiz, the Phoenician cities in Canaan. They actually found some ones of African descent that was taken over there with the EM2 DNA. So here's this alphabet here. I want y'all to remember this. Remember, because this is really just another form of some of the same alphabets I was showing you in between those pictures. This is just more of a coarse or a box-like form. So when you see this and you see Phoenician right here, and you look at this alphabet, then they talking about it's Hebrew, but in all actuality, it's just Phoenician. The Hebrews may have adopted it, but if Phoenician was there before Hebrew, and the Hebrews don't deny that, they'll tell you that the alphabet come from the Phoenician. Instead of saying it come from the Phoenician, they should say it is Phoenician. So now when you look at this and you come down here to what they are calling Greek, which is the same alphabets that I showed you in the Coptic measure, how can you call this Greek when it was Coptic first? Because Coptic was the last language to come behind Demotic. Greek didn't come behind the Demotic language. And that's why we bring these measures forth in this class. So then you have the Latin, the English, and the different forms of that. But nevertheless, this is really from this. If you look close, this would be more like a lowercase b, but it's upside down. See this symbol here that they call in Greek? Phoenician is there. See this little triangle? Same thing there, just turned a different way. See this E that they call it in Greek? Go back to Phoenician, you see it's there, just have a little elongation on it, turn a different direction, but it's still there. And we can go on and on and on with these particular measures here and show you this. It's important that our family see this though, so they get it right. See right here, for example, they say evolution of the alphabet. This is one of the most important charts that you can ever find right here. See what it say? This table shows the evolution of the alphabet from ancient Phoenician syllabary on which Greek script was based. No, it wasn't based on it. They basically stole the script and called this script Greek. This is all dealing with Western academia. The people that was dealing with that script back then, I guarantee you when you go into the records, they wasn't calling it Greek because Greek didn't exist at certain time periods, you see? So it says the Russian acrylic alphabet was derived directly from the Greek, whereas the English alphabet came from Greek through the medium of Etruscan and Latin. Then I just show y'all who the Etruscans was. So if you know the Etruscans was our people, then that can be said to be a Eurocentric measure. So the Etruscans were dealing with the Phoenician alphabet that the Europeans now started calling classical Greek or early Greek. But you look at this so-called early Greek, it's early Greek is really still the same thing. That's that lowercase b turned a different direction. That's the B. Look at the same symbols right here. Everything else, when you go all the way down the list, with exception of a few, they try to change up a little bit here and there, but you can see the same thing. The same style alphabet. It didn't originate with what they was calling Greek. It existed in Phoenician first. And the Phoenician action came up out of the hieratic. So therefore, when the Europeans was trying to deal with their so-called decipherment, they should have been using the Phoenician alphabet. That's an alley hoop. I'm going to throw that out there. I ain't going to go too far into it, but just know that. This is the first phonetic alphabet, family. As far as dealing with the one that everybody, that's why you see the Hebrews was drawing off of it, Aramaic, you can go all the way across the Etruscan, Greek, everybody that got it was using that same all the way over in the West Africa. This was the lingua franca that everybody was using. So you cannot call this alphabet Koine Greek. Call it Phoenician, family. That's the correction that has to be made here. You see? All you got to do is pay attention to it, because all these predate the so-called Greek. That was just the European way of trying to superimpose themselves into the history. You can't let them get this stuff off on you, family. If you look into the work of our brother Mustafa Gadala, most of the alphabet that he dealt with is based off this same style of writing. See, it says archaic Phoenician alphabet. Aleph, Bet, Gamil, Dalet. Ain't that's the way they say the Hebrew letters? Notice it's 22 right here. So this is why they tried to say that it was 22 letters and 7 letters was added on. You know what I mean? This is what they'll try to tell you. Or 24 rather. Because you're dealing with vowels and stuff that ain't really considered consonants, but they come up out of Vowels come up out of the consonants in all actuality. There's a connection to them even though you don't see them there. So you had the Paleo-Hebrew script written in the same style. You had archaic, look like right here, Thera, and then what they call Corinthians, Boeotia, and then classical Greek alphabet, which is what you see in here. And this is really none other than originally what we call Coptic, just, with a different amount of the alphabet. So that right there is enough to debunk the Greek myth when it comes to the language. But to make sure that we do what we came to do, we're going to take you a little further. Here's another measure dealing with what they call Proto-Canaanite. Some people, the Hebrews, call Paleo-Hebrew. Notice it's the same alphabet. So you seeing the same alphabet being called by different names. See, archaic Greek. But if it's archaic Greek, then they got the same alphabet here. So here is what they call the Moabite stone. You see the style of writing on it, the same alphabet. Because this would be the Paleo-Hebrew that they're talking about. This is Proto-Canaanite, Proto-Sinaitic too. Outside of this, the pictorial script they have. These are other measures dealing with the same style of writing. Here's Punic, which is found in Carthagena. That's actually the goddess of Tanis. That's the Tanis goddess. This is actually like horns with a sun in it. You can also see the Ankh-like shape in this coming with the Kemetic influence. That's North Africa too, by the way. This is North Africa. Why does North Africa look like Phoenician, family? This is Carthaginian script right here. You see? I just showed you Hannibal earlier. Same thing that's similar to what looked like on this emerald tablet, which they tried to say was pseudo. So this is it right here. We can go all the way up through there. And we see where they tried to superimpose pictures on there. And this is Proto-Sinaitic, Proto-Canaanite. This ain't even your boy and them. This ain't Champoli. This is the Hebrews measure. But look at the actual alphabet right here. Paleo-Hebrew. This is the box version. All this is Hebrew now. Don't confuse this stuff with your boy now. Even though they got pictorial, but these pictures don't mean the same thing. This means something totally different. That's why we say, they definitely got some confusion going on. Meaning the European. Here are different other measures that they receive from different areas. They showing the different attestations of these different pictorial glyphs. We can go on and on. And here I also showed the difference. I was showing that this is the Heka-Ptah and this is the misnomer Greek script. In other words, misnomer because they applied that name to it. Even here, I put what is said to be a Greek text next to what is said to be Heka-Ptah, and you can see they basically the same script. This is from the Coptic Bible, and this is from the so-called Greek Bible. Same picture we showed you in the beginning. So I say there is no such thing as Greek language or Greek culture apart from the Heka-Ptah. And that's the last slide in this particular measure right here. So once you understand all of that right there, it shouldn't be no reason to even try to buck and go against that, even though we know some of our people are still trying. So coming back over here, again, many people just seeing that would say, oh, that's the Greek language right there. Alpha, beta, gamma, delta, air, sol, zeta, hida, theta. Yeah, oh yeah. But when you come over here, you find out, nope, this is the Coptic alphabet. You see, not Greek. Here it is again. We just read to you that the Coptic and its derivatives come from its own self. It ain't got nothing else in there until the Greeks start trying to mix their little self up in there, so-called Greeks. They did a good job. This is Coptic again, family. Look at that alphabet right there. Remember, I was showing you in between here, you can see the same style in the letters here. And that's what's being depicted, you know, right here. That same style of the writing. We can't make this stuff up. Alpha, beta, gamma, delta, A, zeta, eta, theta. You see kappa and all that, you know? Come on now. Sigma, psi, pi. This is all Heka-Ptah though. Here's one of the charts that actually prove it too. See, it says alphabet Coptic or Egyptian. Remember I was telling you word Coptic and Egyptian, you know, is interchangeable, but it's really Heka-Ptah. You know, that language of the house of Ptah. So here it again is again, alpha, beta, gamma. If you look close, you can see it too. That's the D-A-L, letter L, D-A. Look at this and recognize it for what it is. We will too when we become more familiar with the alphabet. It ain't gonna be hard, you know, but it's there like Zidda, Hidda. You can actually see Hidda, you know. So yeah, as we go on through here, you see now what they call an alphabet Greece. And notice you look at the alpha, beta, gamma, delta, epsilon, zeta, eta, theta. Same thing, family. So if this one came first and this one came later, you can never call this by this name because it already existed under this name. And it also goes all the way back to the Phoenician in all actuality. You see? And so then later we seen your guy try to put a list, and this was Champollion too, by the way. He tried to put a list together dealing with the Demotic, but then he put the Coptic on the side of the Demotic. You see? Which they call Greek. You see what I'm saying? And they was trying to one for one these with pictures. This is when he was just trying to deal with his so-called hieroglyphics, so he was trying to compare them to the Demotic. You see? Y'all seen this one a couple of times, and there it is again, your whole Coptic alphabet over here, which they like to call Greek. And that's where the confusion coming in, family. These people have really worked one over on our people. And if they don't know the language, they see it. Oh, that is Greek. That is Greek. It's Greek. It ain't no Coptic. It's Greek. Because Rome told you, right? And I'm showing you all this evidence. And we're going to see how many going to go against that. So look, this says Northern Semitic, you know, which is really, they talking about the Phoenician again. Just another way of saying it. Alpha, beta, gamma, delta, epsilon, vol. You know, now you see all this. This is Attica. Remember I was talking about the Attiques and I showed you pictures of them? Look at it. Still the same thing, family. With the exception of certain symbols turned a different way here and there, but it's still coming from the same. To see how far all these people had the same alphabet, now you understand what it means when it says that the people spoke one language at the Tower of Babel. This is that one alphabet, family, that went across all cultures. West Africa, everybody had this, but then they went and created their own alphabets as well. So this is one of the chart lists that Brother Mustafa Gadala has as well in his work. Notice they're in abjad order though. You see? Here's another one dealing with the Carian alphabets, which is also an Egyptian alphabet. See, from Egypt. Now we're getting somewhere. See the type of writing there? It's Egyptian. From Caria again. This is all Egyptian, family. Still connected to Kemet. Now, if I were to go back over here No, it wasn't that one. It was actually this other one here. Not that one there. Did I go past? I think I might have went past it in this one. Yeah, there it is right there. We come back here. We see on these monuments the same writing that's called Phoenician. Same writing that is actually called Cushite writing as well. Cushite script. These on Kemetic monuments, family. Yet I just showed you that they was calling this Egyptian as well. So it even that what is called also Phoenician, it's even called Egyptian depending on where you're going. That style of writing. See it here? Moab, Ceylon, Belar, Sidon, Cyprus, Greece, Malta, Carthage. Same alphabet. Thugga. Thugga is another area over there, where the Damari used to be at. Constantine. Look at all these scripts. They the same thing with a few adaptations on them. They might have turned a particular letter to a different direction. But there it is again. They calling it, Egyptian. So go figure, family. There's also another name that's often overlooked. And it's very important that I bring all this out because where I'm getting ready to go in a second, it's going to shock many of our people. The term Old Nubian is also the same alphabet, family. Coptic. You see? My scribes already know this. We done been here already. You look at this here and you look at, what they call in Coptic. This is Old Nubia. Same style of writing. They just have it in abjad order here. See? Here's another Old Nubian script. If you ever seen the letter L, this is actually the same letter L in Demotic too. But this is L. See the A, the B, the G, the D, the E. You thought this was Greek, didn't you? Oh, no, this is Coptic. Heka-Ptah as well. Old Nubian and Heka-Ptah. It's the same thing. Still connected to Kemetic, language, Egyptian language. This is also the same thing that has been referred to earlier as Phoenician as well. The connection is there. It's just a different style in the writing. This is more curvaceous. And the other one is more boxed up. So then they have different branches of what they are calling Egyptian alphabet right here. And they're really talking about the Coptic or Heka-Ptah. So these are different versions. Remember, you got Sahidic, you got Bohiric, you got Fayumic, like 7 different dialects. It's another alphabet right here. Many of our people ain't never even seen, these alphabets here. They thought Egyptian was just Coptic, Hieratic, and, and so forth and so on. But when you get into the essence of the Coptic and different dialects of the writing, it's actually different scripts, so to speak. All of these. See, that's that same one I was showing you on the monuments right there again. Same thing, same style. Here it is here too, inscription Egyptian. You see? So it's still Egyptian, even though they call it by something else. It's still, being connected to it, So we went from the Phoenician, we get into the Hieratic, you're really still talking about the same thing. This is actually where I showed y'all the concept of the Himyaritic script, which is the old Cushitic script in South Arabia that the Sabians and, Sabahs use. Then you have the Mudar script, and it said the Arabic come from Mudar, and that's really the same as the Demotic script. That style of writing right there. You see, this is more Demotic on what they call the Rosetta Stone, right? Look at the style of the Arabic and look at the style of the Demotic. We showed you that the Arabic evolves out of that. So we can see a connection to this because Arabic is what we're going to deal with when we get done with the Heka-Ptah. because it evolved just in this same order that we talking about, family. We can't make this stuff up. You see, especially when you go into the old Arabic scripts. You see, you get into the Nabatean script. This is actually Moorish Arabic right here, a Mauritanian Arabic. A lot of our people probably didn't know they had that. So that's the order in which most of this information coming. In fact, you're going to see in a lot of the dictionaries they have, if you're familiar with your Arabic alphabet, it's going to be easier to deal with the Arabic and the Coptic to make out what's being said from a transliteration standpoint. Because a lot of the Coptic dictionary, even though I got some here with transliteration in it, you know, I think it's even better, just like we was doing with the Demotic, being able to attach it to the Arabic. For some reason, it helped me memorize the letters better when I go through the Arabic. You know, it stick in my mind better, just for me. So after showing you all of these different alphabetical measures and showing you that basically there is no such thing, you know, as this Greek alphabet that they've been talking about lately. You know, we'll use the term to people that don't know no better, like the brother Mustafa Gadala does in certain areas. But in all actuality, you know, what they call in Greek is really Phoenician and really Egyptian. That's my point and premise that I'm laying out here. And we just showed you all the different charts to prove that. All you got to do is look the charts up. You know, a lot of people say, give me your source. Some things I'm going to put out there for you to do your own research. I ain't going to just give you, you know, a whole bunch of information, you know, where you can be lazy and just be dependent on what I'm saying. I want you to go do your own research on it. You know what I mean? So I even had a measure here where I went into the origin of the languages. And a lot of the same things are being depicted here, just showing the Cushites. And I showed their alphabet, the Himyaritic, which I was talking about earlier, the Sabian script. Same thing I was pointing out down here in that last slide that I had when I came down here. That script right there, that Himyar script, that's the same thing as the Sabian right there, family. You go back over here, you can see it. Hold up. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, the same thing here. There it is right there. There it is there. This is way before the Arabs began going over there. Cushitic. You seen my videos, you know what was going on. You got the pyramids up here. I showed the same script. I showed the evolution of the scripts, you know, and how they came about. You know, showed different pyramids. You can see they had that similar beard over here among the Cushites during the time of Nimrod. Mighty hunter. Even the Sumerians was referred to as the black-headed ones. I showed a picture of what they was calling the Tower of Babel. You see they look very similar to the ziggurats of Ur and the step pyramids. This style in building pyramids went all the way around the world. You know, all the way over here in this area. This is the oldest style, the step pyramid style. And I tell people a pyramid ain't nothing but really a step pyramid with bricks on top of each layer, covering up this particular style. You see? And that's how you get the pyramids in the form that you have now. You can see that, for example, this one right here look more closer to when they get out of the step pyramid style and then move into this style.
Dr. Shaheed, could you go back to because I heard one of those pyramids, I know it was in Mexico, at certain times of the year when the sun be shining, it like the snake coming down on the side. Is that one of those in your slides? Do you know?
Which pyramid you asking me about? The one in Mexico? This one here?
I don't know which one it is. That's what I was asking. Are you familiar with that story? They say it happened 2 times a year when the sun it's like a cobra coming down the side of that step pyramid. Go back up some. I don't, but I don't.
I'm trying to figure out which one you had. Now I know that they had the serpent coat dealing with Mexico, you know, but the information about the sun shining on it making a serpent, no, I ain't heard that one yet. You showing me something. So I wouldn't want to lie to you and say, yeah, that would, but I will say the Mexicans dealt with the serpent coat though.
Yeah, and they say it only happened in when I was on my way to the government. They people be flocking over there to see it. It only happened twice a year, and tourists come from all over the world. And at I think it was like around 12 o'clock or something like that. When the sun hit it, it looked like a serpent coming down that pyramid.
That would have to be this pyramid then.
I don't know which one it was. Like I say, I remember when I was in the like you say, the Pan African movement.
Yeah,
I was in those different movements. I remember them talking about how people used to go over there, and I was one of the ones wanted to go over there to see that, and it only happened twice a year.
Right. Well, these are the pyramids that's over there. Though I'm showing you like the Mexican pyramid.
That's what I thought about.
But this is the main one right here. The pyramid of the sun that's real popular. All of them is, but this one is way more popular because of everything that it got around it here. So I wouldn't know, but I would say it probably would most likely be the pyramid of the sun. Sound like it, but I couldn't tell you that. I read that anywhere.
Oh, okay.
But like I said, I would have to go and look that up.
Right.
But you know, and then you have this pyramid right here as well. You know. But yeah, other than that, these are just really showing you that like I say, the step pyramids were the original style of the building, and then they became more elaborate later. We see I was being funny right here. You know, this is what happened when you let the European get hold to your culture. You know, but you know, this actually show you where they come up with those different names of the language. You know, such as Afro-Asiatic, that actually came from that European. So I don't really get caught up in the way that they label the languages per se. You know, you have people even arguing about that. You know what I mean? All these different terms that's used here. This European was the one came up with it. You know, here it is right here. Concerning the origin of alphabetical writing, it is found necessary to admit that the various styles of alphabetical writing used by the nations of antiquity were all derived directly or remotely from a common source, from a single form of writing originated by some older people in the course of their own development. They all belong to the same family, just as genetically related dialects and forms of speech constitute one family group, and furnish demonstration that they all proceed from a single primeval language. According to the Phoenicians, the art was invented by Tahutus, a Thoth, whom the Egyptians called Thoth, in other words, Tehuti. And the Egyptians said it was invented by Thoth, or other words first called Hermes, you know, which I showed y'all pictures of him as well, you know, in a lot of them slides. So everybody, you know, say that their alphabet came from Tehuti. No matter what culture it is, most of them will say that. You see, when they go back to the origin. So, you know, it has to be the truth. Everybody can't be lying. I'm just saying, if they read it in their records. So it says the oldest Kushite alphabet known to us, it says that which the Phoenicians carried to southern and western Europe. And that's what I was saying earlier. You know what I mean? The Phoenician language. You know, this is Kushite. This is older. Then it says, which, however, was not preserved without modification. And this is where all these other languages came and brought forth their different measures. The names of its letters and some of their forms show that it was derived originally from hieroglyphics, is what they would say, right? This is what they would say, right? And Aleph means ox, bit, beda, house, temple, gamel, camel. And they're basically talking about the actual symbols, you know, as what they are, as opposed to them actually being alphabets. You see, so don't get it twisted, people. This is really talking about the Abjad here, to be exact. You know, but we know Gamo, some people actually will say camel. Beth represent a house. And so when you see a house in the glyphs, you know, that's not saying it's a letter. It's just giving an example, you know, of a pictorial expression, so to speak. So it says, it's a camel, an animal very naturally represented in ancient Arabian hieroglyphics. So a lot of people don't understand when they say hieroglyphics, it don't necessarily always mean, you know, Egyptian hieroglyphic. Hieroglyphic deal with any writing that can be seen as undecipherable, like the brother Walter Williams said. You know, so you know Arabs ain't got no pictorial script. You know, they actually referring to the Arabic way of writing as hieroglyphs. You know, so until you can understand it and comprehend it, it's undecipherable to you. But it says, but not likely to appear in the hieroglyphical system originating in any country where the camel is not found. You know, so those are the measures. So it says the invention of this alphabet, from which all the alphabets of modern Europe have been derived, were attributed to the Phoenicians. And it says, ascribes to the Phoenician the great glory of inventing letters. See, ipsa gens phoneticum in gloria magna litterum, look like inventionist. It says, this appears to have been commonly said among the Greeks and Romans. They could have said more correctly that the letters originated in the country of which ancient Phoenicia was one of the more important districts. In other words, they saying the Greeks should have told you that what the alphabet originated, you know, as far as dealing with the actual alphabet, is from Phoenicia. It says, and so Phoenicia was one of the more important districts. And so when Pliny described the Phoenicians as first discoverers of the sciences of astronomy, navigation, he would have been more accurate if instead the Phoenicians, it says, he said the ancient Ethiopians are Cushites of Arabia. They're the same people in all actuality. That's the Cushites. It says original country from the Cushite race to which the Phoenicians belong. The original home, it says, where this culture and birth had birth, from which the Cushite colonies' influence went forth in every direction to spread civilization and create such nations as Egypt, Chaldea, and not merely a little district in Phoenicia. It was the whole of the Arabian Peninsula. Remember, the original inhabitants of that area, we call it Canaan, right? The Garden of Eden. So they migrate up out of that region and go into the areas just like the prophet said, to establish the Nile Valley civilization, you know, on the northeast and northwest side, and then you had the southwest and southwest and northwest side, pardon self, where Ham went. His son went in Cush, established the Nile Valley civilization, you know, and the father went into the West Africa. That's what Prophet Noble Ali tells us. So it says the period of colonizing enterprise and commercial greatness and extensive empire. Early in this period, Cushite colonies were established in the valleys of the Nile, see that, and the Euphrates, which in subsequent ages became Barbara, Egypt, and Chaldea. Its beginning could not have been later than 7,000 or 8,000 years before Christ. And it may have begun much earlier. The Cushites occupied India, that's the Indus Kushite Valley civilization, and Western Asia to the Mediterranean. That's going into the area where we was talking about dealing with Sumeria, all that right there as well, and extensive regions in Africa as well. In this period, they brought to full develop that knowledge of astronomy and other sciences, fragments of which have come down to us through the nations they created and by which they were succeeded. You know, this is still going into the history. You know, Arabia was the ancient Ethiopia. I taught on this right here in one of our classes, rather a late night library session recently. The Cushites of Arabia. In the early tradition and literary records of the Greeks in Arabia as described as Ethiopia, and the same name was applied to other regions and occupied and controlled by Arabian Cushites. In the modern time, it has commonly been assumed without proper inquiry that the Ethiopians were, of course, Africans, This grave mistake has been the source of much misunderstanding and confusion. And it's basically showing you who the people were. Arabia was the original Ethiopia, the land of Cush. And the only reason they're using that term because that's what they was using during that time. This book is actually prehistoric nations. That's where this is coming from. Dr. John Henry Clark quote from this book a lot. The countries on the upper Nile were called Ethiopia because they were at first colonies dependent provinces of ancient Arabia. It says at later period, when the ancient and long continued sway of Ethiopians of Arabia declined and gave way to rise of the monarchies in Western Asia, India, Kushite regions, Asia received new masters and took new names. Arabia itself was reconstructed by new forms of political organization, and finally, later Greeks and Romans introduced the customs of confining the name Ethiopia, to certain African countries on the Nile above Egypt. You see? And these are pictures. I showed these pictures too recently. Your Sabians are original Arabian Kushites. That's a more modern depiction of a young sister. See, she's standing next to it. See the symbol of the sun, within the moon, like the headdress in ancient Kemet. Definitely look like a comedic expression here, but this is actually Kushite, Arabian. You see, he had the lock-like hair in the head. This is a close-up of the moon with the sun, moon cradling the sun, synonymous to moon cradling a star, just like we have in our grand national emblem. So here's the Sabians. Now telling y'all that Prophet Muhammad got the concept of how they prayed from the Sabian Kushites, the Arabian. These are the original Kushites. You see them doing all the prayer postures that Muslims are doing now, but these were the Sabians, the Arabian Kushites doing it before them. So I showed even in their alphabet, the connection to their alphabet and how it goes in the same type of teaching of the modern time. Okay, here it is again. You got your Phoenician alphabet here. Ge'ez, South Arabian. Again, Himyarite, Kushite, Sabian. Same thing. They got it even in the cursive form. You see, and it look more like your Demotic and your Hieratic when you see it like that, don't it? So, go a little further down here. And then we're going to get into the essence of what I have in front of. It's just necessary that I show all of this so that our people can really see the evolution of this alphabet. I already showed you them slides there. I will reiterate this here though. Remember, the Coptic is the original tongue, for it derives all its indeclinable words and particles from radicals pertaining to itself. And then the main thing too is understanding that the Old Testament books like that was written in the Egyptian. They talking about Coptic. The Septuagint was made. It was written in the Coptic. They later start calling it Greek. This is the Sahidic Coptic alphabet right here. Same thing. When I told you Old Nubia, same thing. When I told you Coptic in general, same thing. You see? So, yeah, these are things that deal with the language that are important to know. Because if you don't know it, you can be very well misled. So yeah, that's the Syriac Arabic. This right here is different versions of the Sabian with the Hebrew and the Arabic. They're Sephitic. Here's another table of alphabets. Now notice they saying Punic. Punic is basically what they call Libico-Berber language, Libyan. This is another script of the Libyans, but this is also a script of the Libyans known as Punic. They also have it in what they call the cuneiform version. This is Iberic Egyptian right here in all actuality here. which we actually based our Moorish language that we created not long ago off of that. But the Punic version is the same thing. That's that same Phoenician style alphabet, family. That's why I'm telling you, this goes all the way over into West Africa. You see? I'll show you real quick. See, when you go into the Punic language, they actually pulled up the Etruscan, which is still the same thing, but when you come up here, you see it says Punic alphabet. There it is. Yeah, we can't make this stuff up, family. So Carthage, when they say Carthage, they even have it right here. Notice they're trying to say Greek coins, and they comparing it to the Punic alphabet. They trying to put that Greek off in there, boy. Boy, these people, something else. You know, so this is powerful. If you ever seen Sinzar, you can see the comparison of the Sinzar writings in this particular version of the style of the Punic writing. Same style alphabet. You know? So we can't get around it. What I'm saying is everything is more ancient than what the European has been trying to put it off to be. So they've been superimposing themselves into the history and claiming it was something else. Now, all that being said, because like I said, before we go into anything, we have to know the background and the history of this alphabet. And that way we don't be confused when we see somebody call it Greek. You see what I'm saying? When they call it Greek, we know why they call it Greek, because it's a Greek mix. Remember I was talking about them different symbols? This is a Carthaginian symbol. Remember I was telling y'all that's a symbol in Africa? This is one of the symbols of our ancestors here. I'm going to say that one right there too for my archives. I may end up putting something in there on it later. Let me go back up here. They actually had another one down there. This is another one here too. Yep. So you can see the goddess. This is a goddess symbol. This is dealing with Carthage. But this is a symbol that actually can be found also in the Harappan culture of the Indus Valley civilization. See, all of these are Carthage, or Carthaginian symbols. See them? So you can see the influence of our ancestors all up through that, family. You can see the influence of, how Kemet, because, that's, also in the Libyan area. I showed you something similar to this earlier. We can see all this stuff, family. It's most definitely ties. It actually shows you the way by which the wisdom left Kemet. That's another one right there. That looks just like a full ankh right there. That's also Carthaginian. See it right there? You'd think that was Kemet if you didn't know no better. See the crescent over the stop with the same symbol. So here's an even better depiction of it here. Where you think they got that style from? Them symbols. Yeah, that's all. See that say Punic? Punic stele with the Tannic sign. Remember I was telling you Tannic? That's it. See? Yeah, they was doing that. A lot of that is over in the area of the Damari culture. Where we talk about the ancient Moors. Same thing here. Since we there, we might as well mention it. See, Phoenician goddess. See, in Phoenician, they had it there, and that went all the way over into Carthage. You see? So, yeah. Our people just got to know their history. They got to know, who they are. See it right there, showing you Punic inscriptions here. See how similar it look. There it is again. That other picture looked like the Ankh. That's the hand. I showed you this one earlier in my slides. So yeah, you can see how both Kemet and Sumeria had a great influence on West Africa. You can see it. Ain't no way you can get around it. And therefore, when you deal with the language, now it's understood why you see the language being up there. And they call it these different forms of the Tanit right here. The goddess. They got many different expressions of it. But again, it looked like the Ankh. Okay, so let me go over here now that we've done that. And we're going to see if our scribes have anything they want to say before I move on into our alphabet. Any questions, any comments? Islam scribes.
Islam,
Grand National Secretary of the State.
Hatshepsut Common Bay, having already risen, giving praise and honor where due. This is a grand class and a grand demonstration, Dr. Shahid. I want to give you much honor for bringing clarity and keep bringing clarity, because every time we go into this, I receive more elevation and more comprehension as far as how everything is connected by that golden cord, and even more evidence of Greek or whatever term you want to use, and their remix trying to superimpose themselves into our demonstration. So gratitude, because this was a confusing area for many years in reference to not knowing the difference between truth and falsehood because of the various names. And when you bring forth this equals this and put that chart together where you can see all of those alphabets and the source from which it came, coming out of Phoenician and hooking back to the Tower of Babel, now you can comprehend that one language, which is tied up to all the records of divinity. So much gratitude. Definitely further keys for research. So gratitude more for that degree. Appreciate you.
Ditto.
Islam. Yes, sir. Gratitude. We heard the chairman back there jumping for joy, so we already know. Islam, chairman, come on up in here. Islam. Goodness gracious. So yeah. There you go.
Islam, rise praising Allah and on the Prophet of Dua. Man, look, powerful. Thank you so much for the blessings, because that's how the Prophet said we get our lessons is from these blessings. Thank you so much, more. Peace and blessings. More, everybody, welcome. Stay tuned. Peace.
Islam, chairman. Yes, sir. They can't tell you no tale now after you done showed all that. Anybody that don't want to believe it now, they just love slavery. Goodness gracious. I don't know. A lot of that like that might scare a lot of them anyway, too, if they love the darkness. All right now. Any other scribe would like to bring forth a measure?
Islam,
Sister Curta Bay.
Islam. I'm like chairman. I tell you, and we give honors to our national grand chairman for writing this Zooming of a Nation, because he pointed it out. When you read the readings that we did this morning, and then tie it back to what you're showing us, I mean, man, I don't have words to express what I'm feeling right now, and to put it in word, and to see, like the God has said, how when I was coming through, I heard about the Phoenician languages and all of that, but not having all the information. And when you talked about the Heka-Ptah, how they were saying that it come from the Coptic came from the Greek, which was the other way around, which was a lie. It was the other way around. Coptic didn't come from the Greek. Greek come from the Coptic. and either the Heka-Ptah, as you call it. And then when I was looking at your slides, when you had the slides up there of the different people and stuff, man, our chapter that I read, that just came out so beautifully, because in your slide, I will see how the European, actually, they was like serving us. They were servants to us. And then what they did, they envied the benefactor, which was us. And then they turn around and conceal the benefits that had been revealed by us. I was looking at that, I was like, man, that is tying in so beautifully, because we were the real benefactors, and we had the truth. And what they did, they turned around and conquered us, and did all those things to us, and concealed it and kept it from us, kept us from knowing the truth. But little did they know that the great God Allah is in charge. Little did they know that you can't hide the truth. The truth gonna come out. I don't care how much you try to hide it, it's gonna come up and come out. And it is coming out now. I mean, truth is it's being revealed. Everything that they did to all the prophets say, I took the covers off of all of it. And I tell you, the covers is coming off. Islam, gratitude, God, man. As you can see, I'm getting excited over here.
Oh man, you plumbing that line of love divine all the way back to the Moorish perspectives. Now that right there was a cold move right there. I know all your moves, Sister Curtis. Now that was powerful. That was a powerful measure right there. If you didn't make it plain then, scribes, it don't get no plainer than that.
That's right.
Hey, and I see our brother said up here earlier, one of our good brothers, Brown, he said, I see hella black. Then he say, are cops Moors? And yeah, in one aspect that, Moor was a term that has always been used to refer to our people, and the thing is, they tried to bury that too. They definitely tried to bury that. And we give honor to our family. Now watch when I go into these texts to show y'all a little bit of it. We got to go into that aspect. Now that y'all have the history, now that we know who the people are, now when we go into this information, can't nobody make up no excuses and say, no, y'all talking about the no. We talking about our people. We just showed you who they is. You see, we showed you, for example, that there were those who were there in the place that they're calling Greece now. They were Etruscans there, and they were the original people that were there. And then you told them it came along talking their stuff with they, spears and shields and talking about they want to go to war and they're going to take over something. And then start calling everything, as they call it, Greek. But prior to that right there, what was Greek? Greek, what do you mean? Do our other scribes have anything they want to say in regards to this matter? Go ahead, Brother Bati Bey.
Islam. This is Islam. One thing that I like to say, I like to see the proof, because these are receipts that you can't deny. They could try to put whatever they want on it, as you say, the degree mix. You know what I'm saying? I like that terminology, because it shows that there was a plan that they wanted to be at the head of the human family, but yet didn't have the faculties to do such. As you see, that their alphabet was taken. So if their alphabet is taken, that means all their ideologies about God, and they're basically all their knowledge that they know today that is tribute to him transfers back to our people. And this is like in was that the movie Black Panther, where he's like, do you know where you got that? You know where that came from? And this is a form of taking it all back. When we could trace it back, you are taking ownership. You're taking back the ownership of what truly is yours. And so, honest to you for for all that you do. Honors to all the scribes online, and definitely honors to the chairman for the book. Because even in there, in the book where it's in the Exuming of the Nation, where it says that the Moors is a generic term, a generic name or nationality. Basically it's a generalizing a whole bunch of tribes. So it's not saying that shows that it covered the entirety of what I like to say Maxim, and that name and cover went into the entirety of Africa, because you got to understand we didn't have no demarcation lines. The land wasn't divided; it was all part and parcel of one body of people. And if all nations came from one, this speaks to the fact that the language, the alphabet, the sciences, the belief is all going to be transferred throughout the human family in order to bring them up. So we got to remember that there's as you give as they pay homage to these Greeks, you got to understand where Socrates and Aristotle and all of them brought that information from. And so I give Giannis for that. Peace and love.
Yes, sir. Peace and love. And that's the main thing. Because see, if we don't pinpoint this stuff, it would always be a hurdle. It's just like the same situation. What we doing, we finding the niches that have become the hurdles to keeping our people from being able to get over, so to speak, into the knowledge of themselves, because they putting roadblocks there. And this Coptic, coming from Greek, is another roadblock the European put out there to make our people. I'm going to show you why they did it in a minute. I'm going to give it to you right now, but I'm going to show you in a minute. For example, the book of Enoch was written in Coptic. It's kind of funny that they would come up and say, oh, they got a pseudo Enoch, then they got a real Enoch. But, this is the Roman Catholic Church that's actually giving these Coptic books, the attribute of what they call pseudepigrapha. This is a Catholic Church, but every book they got, they call it the Greek Bible, the Greek this, the Greek that. But in their archives, they really have Coptic texts. Did y'all know that they actually had Coptic Bibles? Did y'all know they actually had Coptic Old Testament, Coptic New Testament, the Coptic Book of Mark, and so Book of John? And you see, they ain't telling y'all this. You see? Because they don't want you to know. Go ahead, brother.
It's not my part about it. I just want to say the Geneva Bible is the only Bible I've seen that ever mentioned more in there.
Yeah, that's right. The Geneva Bible and a lot of Hebrew dictionaries mention the word more. And some of the older ones, they say, well, the word more, it means Ethiopian. What they're really trying to say is, our people, basically. But the word more, it either means light, it either means love, or in most cases, it means one who is governing, a great ruler and so forth and so on. These are the names that equate to the word more, no matter how you look at them. Or even when you deal with the Demarius, Moorish gods. They literally say Moorish gods, in which the Arabs came along later and said, no, y'all barbarians, you Berbers, and then that stuck with us, after they did what they did. You got to remember, just like we had to point out about the Abaddon, the so-called white Moors, who enslaved the so-called black Moors. You see, in other words, it was talking about the Arabs that came and enslaved the Mauritanians. You see? And a lot of this went on. So it was never Moors enslaving Moors. It was actually Arabs enslaving Mauritanians, being that the Arabs was given the title Moor by European because they used it, like you say, generically. Anybody that was considered Islamic, though it referred to us mainly from Africa, anybody that was considered, Muslim, they was automatically a Moor in the eyes of the European. So, if we'd have been in the ancient time of the time of the 1492 and so forth and so on, they would have been referring to everybody, whether they Arab or, from Africa as Moors. And that's how the Arabs end up getting in our mix, so to speak. Even though the term normally referred to going back to the word Mardi, the root word Mardi, is, the word for ancient Mauritania, Demari, We can also take it all the way back into Kemet. You know, we can cross over into Mesopotamia, you know, in the Phoenician culture, but you cannot take the word black and trace it back nowhere beyond slavery. You can take that M and R root, strip it down of its vowels, and it'll go all the way back to Sumeria. It'll go to India in the ancient time now, talking 3,000 years ago, Kemet. But if you take that word black, you can't trace it nowhere beyond the English language. So that's what I ask people. I say, well, this is my challenge. If you want to, you think you so bad with your black self, well, let's put your black up against my more and strip your word down from the vowels. I'm going to strip mine down from the vowels and see how, I guarantee you ain't going to find no word in the Kemetic language with no consonants, a consonantal root talking about no BLCK. It don't exist in ancient Kemet. So that right there automatically eliminates you when it comes to Kemet. But if I trace the word more back and I remove the vowel, it's going to go back to Amun Ra. Mar. It's going to go back to the priesthood of Amun Ra. So that right there eliminate the black thing. They say, well, Kemet mean black. Well, that's referring to the land, sir. You see what I'm saying? Ain't nothing wrong with them calling it black land, but that ain't got to do with no black man. You see what I'm saying? You can't get past us when we see this stuff. You know, we don't deny Kemet mean black land. We just saying it don't mean black man. You'll never see that because when it referred to the men and the people, they use the word Remet. Remet means man. It ain't got nothing to do with no blackness. You see what I'm saying? And then when it actually described the races, like I said, they refer to them as the Meswesh. You know, that's one of the words they refer to the people that are called today Libyans as. You Meswesh. That's what Gaddafi was. He'll tell you, I ain't no Arab, I'm African. He was claiming his Meswesh lineage. And Meswesh also deals with another name, Mareu, is another name they use. Mareu, Meswesh, and what's the other name? Lebu. You know, that's another name they use for those same people, which is, you know, where the Libyan aspect come from. And then you have who you call the Amu. The Amu represents what you call another name for Asiatics. You know, and Asiatics and also the Hyksos were known by this name. Even the Egyptians referred to people in general by this name. You know, so that name ain't even to Asiatics was a blanket term as well. You know, which also goes back to the name Asu, you know, which is in the Sumerian language as well, the dialect. So you got to know sound shifting, you got to know, you know, etymological roots, and then you know what's going on. Other than that, you don't know what you're looking at. You going by what somebody else told you. You know, praise be to Allah. We scribes here know what sound shifting is, and we're going to get into some of that in a second. You know, but I just wanted to mention that. And the same thing, when you deal with the European, they said it. They call them Tamahu. So these are the terminologies that the Egyptians use when referring. And then they refer to the people of Nubia, or Kush, as Ta-Nehesi, Ta-Seti. You see, they use those types of names to refer to the Kushites. You know, so, man, it's powerful. It's powerful. But anyway, as we move on, Brother Marvin Edward Bay, did you have a measure you want to bring forth?
Islam, I could, but you're on a roll.
Okay. All is well. Well, we're going to get into showing our people a few things because, you know, the rest of it we're having our homework, but we just want to get into the language now so our people know where we're coming from. They know what we're getting at. And we lay that foundation. We ain't got to answer no more questions and people being confused, thinking we talking about some Greek freaks. You know, so let me get over here real quick. And I'm going to pull this up because I had to actually do this while you was reading. Because I say, man, I don't want to just read from the book. So I actually went into Mustafa Gadala's measure, and it's going to make it even more plain to our audience and everybody else who have the book. So let me share my screen again, you know, because we're getting ready to take this demonstration. Okay, let me see here. Here we go. Let me share this. Okay, and let me enlarge the screen, make sure y'all got it. Let me go back over here, and then I can go to right here. I just had to do this. I'm gonna open it up. Okay, and listen to what the brother Mustafa Gadala said. It's gonna make sense now after everything I said and what I've shown. Hold up, I want to go to the first statement that he made. Yeah, it is here. Okay, now that you see this alphabet down here, you know that this is the same alphabet that I just been talking about. In this particular portion of the book, and this is Mustafa Gadala's book, The Ancient Egyptian Writing Modes, for those who want to know what it is. He was talking about, you know, the Greek mercenaries in the Abu symbol inscriptions. He said, and I love the way he used these Europeans sources against them. Isaac Taylor, in his book History of the Alphabet, page 5, states the Greek alphabet first appeared thousands of miles away from Greece and deep inside Egypt beyond the southern end of its populated Green Nile Valley. The first absolutely firm standing ground in the history of the Greek alphabet, and consequently in the history of our own, is furnished by a monument which appertains not to Hellas, nowhere in modern Greece, or to any of the numerous Hellenistic or Hellenic culture, but to the Nubian desert, same place in the area of Tarseti, Kushite civilization, a region so remote as to be almost beyond the confines of ancient civilization, at Abu Simbel, or it say as it used to be more correctly called Ipsambul. So Abu Simbel is actually one of the monuments that was actually built by ancestors. One of them that wasn't finished. You know, I'm gonna show you what Abu Simbel is too, so our people know what that is. This is Abu Simbel right here. This is actually what a European got their so-called demonstration of Mount Rushmore from. You know, it was nothing more than a copy of Abu Simbel. And as you can see, really, this was a project that was started that was never finished. See, they were carving it out. And I tell people a lot of time, a lot of this stuff was carved out of the mountain, even some of your pyramids. And that's why some of the pyramids are still here today. And that's why if you go into the bottom of them, they look similar to where you can see caverns in the bottom of some of the things, because they actually were carved out, you know, of mountains. But see this here, just like the holy city of Petra was carved out of mountain. So they were dealing with their work here. That's why they call them, you know, master stone cutters in ancient Kemet, because of what they could do. You can see the ruggedness on them, you know, and they got greater with it. But nevertheless, this is one that was incomplete. But that's where they got your Mount Rushmore from. You know, the European tried to copy off of Abu Simbel family, but they saying they found the oldest alphabet, you know, inscriptions of what they call Coptic here. You know, and this would have to come from the native Egyptians themselves. It makes sense when you understand what I was saying earlier, that it's more ancient than the people know. So going back over here, you know, now that we have that out the way, it says Isaac Taylor in his book, The History of the Alphabet, again on page 9 states, but Mustafa Gadala don't even be playing with them sources. He said, we have therefore at Abu Simbel 9 records, which may claim to be the earliest Greek inscriptions in existence to which any positive date can be assigned. Now, this is Isaac Taylor, European, saying this. He's still calling them in Greek inscription, but he really don't know. He's looking at Egyptian language that's being called Greek. Now watch this. So the brother goes on in this particular area. It says, it is obvious that such letter forms are founded exactly throughout ancient Egypt, long before, during, or after the time such few inscriptions as shown in the monumental work of Petrarch's formation of the alphabets, and in several locations throughout this book. It says, here are some of the background facts about these bogus Greek inscriptions. The reference inscription consists of 5 lines of writing. He says, and that's the one we just showed y'all. among several other records that appear to be inscribed by different people in different times. 2. With no evidence whatsoever, Western academics declared that the inscriptions are related to a military mission of Greek carrion mercenaries who were in service of Psammethicus. It says, an Egyptian king from the 26th dynasty, and it must therefore date from 7th century BC. It says, or from the beginning of the 6th. It says, neither name of the pharaoh, it says, nor calendrial month, year, it says, are mentioned in the inscriptions, as is the case with all ancient Egyptian records, documents. It says, Western academics claim these few inscriptions were made to record that military mission and undertook an exploration sailing on Kirkis. It says, where they found navigation stopped by the second or Great Cataract. On their return, they halted at Abu Simbel and left this record of their journey. This is what he's saying the Europeans claim. Without no date, nothing to prove it, they can just make it up as they go and everybody eat it up. He said this whole statement is made up by Western academics, and the text itself does not indicate anything about a military mission. If there was a military mission, Western academics do not deny that as is always the custom, it says such a military mission is accompanied by a scribe. It says from the king. It is the Egyptian scribe who records events, which makes the inscriptions Egyptian. It says the letter forms of the said inscriptions are simply Egyptian. And again, the letter forms that Brother Mustafa Gadala are referring to are these down here. The same ones right here in the bottom of this particular page that I already showed y'all has been called Phoenician. Hold up, let me pull this down real quick. Come on. Okay, there we go. Yeah, and it's been called Phoenician. It's been called Egyptian, and they want to call it Greek. You know, but like he said, if it's the Egyptian scribe that wrote it, then the script is automatically Egyptian. You don't get no plainer than that, right? Then he went on to say here, okay, that was the same one there. I copied twice when I took my picture. Okay, here's one. Okay, he said, Western academics want us to believe that Greek came from Semitic, Phoenician alphabetical letter forms. That's exactly what they're trying to say. We just exposed it and not be the truth, though, didn't we? Even if we accept Western academics' claim of a Phoenician source of the Greek alphabet, all evidence proves that the Phoenicians adopted the Egyptian writing system 100%. Indirectly or directly, ancient Egypt is the source of what they call in the Greek alphabet. Other classical writers also stated that Egypt was the original source of the alphabet, as explained in the following quotation from Isaac Taylor's book, The History of the Alphabet. You know, and here's Isaac Taylor again, Brother Mustafa Gadala using their own stick to beat him up. He said, Eusebius has preserved the passage from the alleged writings of the so-called Tyrian historian but they call it Sankuniatan. It says, from which we gather the Phoenicians, it says, did not claim to be themselves inventors of the art of writing, but admitted that it was obtained by them from Egypt, pardon self. It says Plato, Diodorus Siculus, and Plutarch, and also Ullus and Gillius and Tacitus all repeat the same statement. You know, and I'm kind of cool with these guys right here because it seems like they've been saying the same thing we've been saying. These people, some of them that learned directly from Egyptian priests, and they told the truth about where they got their stuff from. But it's the people that came behind them that tried to spin the narrative and make it look like they was the one that brought the truth when they saying they got it from the Kemites. Make it make sense, thereby proving how widely current throughout the ancient world was the opinion that the ultimate origin of letters must be sought in Egypt. It may suffice to quote the words of Tacitus, who says, "Primi per figures animalium Egypte, sensus mentis," and what is that? Effigebani antiquismia, antiquisma, multimentia, memore, humeye, in expressa sexis. What is that? Cernutur. Boy, they got some crazy language. Et litterum semet in vittoris perhibit inde Phonesius Quae Mare Propelius. You know, I mean, I never seen what they thought in that type of writing right there, but it don't flow like Kemet. You know, I can't get into it, to be honest with you. But anyway, okay, that was also a duplication. So here it is right here. It says, below are early Greek inscriptions from the vase found in Athens, followed by 4 rock-cut inscriptions from Thera. As per Gill, it says exactly like ancient Egyptian letter forms. That's what the AE is. Assembled below are the most proclaimed inscriptions as being Greek from various locations in Greece. It is obvious that such letter forms are found exactly in ancient Egypt long before, during, and after the times of such few inscriptions. For reference to letter forms in ancient Egypt, refer to chapter 12 of this book, as well as Petrie's book, The Formation of the Alphabet. And there it is, that same style that I was showing y'all earlier. You know, and they have the curviest style, but this is still ancient Egyptian that they call in Greek, family. You can see what was also known as Phoenician, they call in Greek because the Phoenician give credit to the Egyptians. You see? So they just try to superimpose their little self in the history. You know, they do it slick too, and how you believe in it, you know, or you start telling a lie. You know, so here's some of that inscription. We're going to show you some of this in a minute. That's it. Same thing that was called Greek, like I showed you in other texts, but that's really Heka-Ptah. That's Coptic, family. No Greek. It says below is early Greek alphabet in 7 regions. And so they have charts here like I have in the book. I mean, in the PDF, they have this in the book. And they got all these different charts. And these are different languages. Sardinia, Cyprus, look like Zenikru, Mesa. You know, a lot of this right here is totally different languages. You know, then they had the old Greek, the late Greek, the Latin, but they all dealing with that same alphabet. And this is what the brother Mustafa Gadala said. Robbing and post-dating Egyptian scripts to rename them as Greek. That's exactly what they did. Y'all remember this, people. They robbed and post-dated the Egyptian scripts to rename them as Greek language. See, they couldn't predate it, so they post-dated. It says, in order to rob Egypt of all script so as to call it Greek, Western academic schemes begin with confusing the issue about ancient Egyptian alphabetical writing system. And the fact remains that the so-called hieratic and demotic scripts, we know hieratic is really what? Middle Ray Incomet, and demotic is really what? Second Inshat, right? It says scripts are nothing more than single alphabetical system for non-religious writings. Western academia colonized the Coptic script that was used basically by the ancient Egyptians, you know, and claimed it as their own. This is another chart right here too, by the way, in reference to those same scripts. You know, hold up. It should pick back up in that next slide that I got. I only got a few more here. Okay, that was that portion there. There. Okay. That's all right. Then it's okay. Let's see. Let's see here. Okay, that was that one. Okay, so it was this one. Okay, there we go. And it was picking up from the other one. It says the ancient Egyptians, he's saying that they basically was remixing it, and basically stealing from the ancient Egyptians for their religious writings. It says so as to accredit the European Greeks with a new language. You see? So remember that. It says the Western scheme regarding inventing a separate Greek language needed documents, and therefore they robbed Egyptian documents and set arbitrary dates to undated Egyptian texts so as to make them fit into their scheme to proclaim them as Greek texts. And they went further, adding names of Ptolemaic kings when the text never mentioned a name. And we seen that. We seen them put the name of the Ptolemies in there by Amun-Ra and Ptah in parentheses, which mean it was being added to the text. So we know Mustafa Gadala telling nothing but the truth right here, because we seen it for ourselves. Don't you make me pull them texts up. It says, as always in ancient Egypt, no calendrial date is ever mentioned. And the Egyptians never mentioned the name of a sitting pharaoh. Much more about the corruption and deceit of the Western academics, it says, in this regard was explained earlier in chapter 9, multiple writing forms of the Rosetta Stone, because he went in on that too. That's a whole nother measure. Here's the other drawing right here under that. Yeah, it says, Isaac Taylor in his book, The History of the Alphabet, page 150, admits the oldest extant specimens of Greek manuscripts have been obtained from Egypt. So they telling you, he about like E.A.R.S. Buzz. E.A.R.S. Buzz, at least he'll tell you that he made some stuff up. And that a lot of the stuff that he got come from Hebrew and Arabic, and then a little Coptic over here. At least he truthful. Look like your boy Isaac Taylor, he telling you that the Greek manuscripts come from Egypt. So that means that what was called Greek manuscripts were really Egyptian manuscripts. It says, thus Egypt was the rich source of the proclaimed Greek scripts. The biggest portion of the Egyptian robbery to claim it as Greek came from the Anasti collection of several thousands of Egyptian papyri from Egypt. See chapter 14 for more details, and that's in his book. Then he said, here's another stunning admission of the Egyptian origin from E.G. Turner, because one would have expected at minimum the proclaimed Greek papyri came from areas that had Greek presence. However, that was not the case, as admitted at least twice by E.G. Turner in his book, Greek Papyri, an introduction on page 43. And then he goes in, I should have had that in here. Let me see. Was it the other one? Oh, yeah, this is the one right here, where he said the sameness of the Egyptian alphabetical writing system in later Greek language. The so-called Greek texts are stolen Egyptian documents. The analysis of Western academics such stolen texts shows that the writing system of such texts cannot be anything but Egyptian system in every and all details. Western academics spent enormous energies to make it distinctively Greek, but their very own works confirm without any doubt that Greek language is a Western created illusion. Their own complaints about scribes' errors, coupled with their ignorance of the peculiarities of the ancient Egyptian writing system, affirm without a doubt pan-Greek deceitful house of cards. Brother Mustafa Gadala don't even be playing with him, do it? Goodness gracious. And so pretty much that's all of them. And again, the alphabet charts was up there being shown. Like, I mean, you don't get to playing in that. Go ahead, Brother Marvin Edwards Bay.
Yeah, I can read the continuation of that particular.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Okay. Yeah, where he was saying that, but the site of Alexandria has provided no papyri, nor has the ancient Greek foundation of Naucratis, to which Sappho's brother went trading, nor has the purely Greek city of Ptolemais in Upper Egypt. E.G. Turner also states in his book Greek Papyri and Introduction 43 to Middle Egypt. In Middle Egypt, the number of places at which Greek papyri have been found are few in relation to the ancient populations of the area.
Islam, grand man. Man, that's terrible. But I mean, so you can see it right there. You know, all that sources, we done showed you who the people is. You know, like, I mean, what more is there that can be brought forth at this particular point other than now getting into it? Because now we showed you these different measures. We're going to show you a couple of different documents. And right here, for example, and this right here, you can look at, this is from the archives. It related to Coptic. And if you notice, they got a Coptic version here in the Sahidic, you know, one of the most oldest versions of the Coptic, of the Old Testament. So they got an Old Testament version of the Coptic. And I do notice in most of these books, some of them, they try to keep the transliteration out of there. So you can't really see the transliteration. You got to be advanced in Coptic, but I do have some tools to help. And it really ain't hard to learn because it's just like the English alphabet to a certain degree. You just got to learn what you're looking at. You know, learn, you know, what letters you're looking at. Like, you don't want to think that, for example, these two P-looking letters represent the letter P because those are the letter R. And this is a A-N-R-R-O. So that's like a Naro or something like that right there. You know, that's S-O-L-O. I want to say this is maybe M if I'm not mistaken. I do know that's a U or O and that's an N. So, you know, we just got to be able to get into that particular information. This is how you're going to find most of them, which is no big deal because we ain't trying to get into that and get that advanced yet. You know, I can see some of this stuff, but I ain't going to try to make the people see it right now. You know, I'm more concerned with showing you that they have these versions of these books that was written in Coptic. You see, and they much older than your King James version. You see what it's talking about, my little storage space right there? I already know I've been ran out. But anyway, that just pop up every now and then to let me know. So they also have different lexicons. Here's another text known as the Martyrdom. A martyrdom, pardon self, in the miracles of the Saint George of Cappadocia. Same thing in pure Coptic. You know what I mean? The language of our ancestors. See, this is what they didn't want y'all to know. They were calling it Greek. See, this is the way they tried to elude the people away from getting into the text. Oh, that's Greek, y'all. They don't want to tell you it's Coptic. You see? They got and this is dealing with some of the grammar right here. That's just straight Coptic too. I'm just trying to. Here's a Coptic version of the New Testament in the northern dialect. You know, so this is your whole Bible that they got in the Coptic right here. 407 pages. You know, yeah, all this stuff here. They got this information in here. This is the book of Mark, I see. They got a nothing here. We can just go on and on. I'm just showing you the database. You know, man, they got like the book of Psalms in here. They got like I know the book of Mark. This is New Testament again. They had a book of Job in here in Coptic. They had a lot of Apocrypha. The fifth gospel of Thomas is also in Coptic. But a lot of these books they pushed out of your biblical text. I wonder why. They got Coptic dictionaries up here, just Coptic, everything. Now, I'm better able to see when I read that stuff like I was showing y'all earlier when they don't have the full transliteration. What's more helpful to me, you know, because I'm familiar with Arabic, you know, it helps me actually make out the words better, you know, being familiar with the Arabic. And right here, for example, Let me see. Trying to find the one where they had because I can actually see when they put certain words beside the other words, you know, in the Arabic. Trying to find the one that actually had the English in there with it so I can show you compare. I actually have a book ready to show y'all that too. The ones I'm looking for, they died. They got Gnostic scriptures also in the right here. I'm gonna go to this other text with the Arabic and the English in it in a second. But I'm just showing you, see, they own some of these things, they give you a limited preview of them. And they old texts, they normally don't do that. They got Manichaean Coptic papyri, you know, which is also good. Thank you. Okay. So they got man, I'm gonna let y'all go through it. They got the secret teachings of Jesus in here in the Gnostic Gospels. Let me see down here in the bottom. Trying to get to that portion. You see how much paper up here, right? How many books up here? Goodness gracious. This is like Coptic heaven right here. Okay. Let me go. There we go. This is what I was trying to get to so I can kind of show it to y'all a little better. Because I didn't want to go straight with Coptic, straight Coptic and Arabic. But in here, you can see certain things in here, right? And this is where you can get familiar with some of the words. For example, when you see the transliteration right here, it's obvious. You see K-A-T-A, kata, which is as. But see, this is the word. They actually use the letter K right here. This is letter K. You know, like this one right here. You know, this is the. And then you have it spelled out, E-P-H. You know, and this is the expression for that particular measure here. You see? And the same thing here. Remember I was telling you that P looked like a R up here? It don't look like it, but the P is the R. So this is your P. And this is a H corresponding with the Y, H, and the T. See? And this is here. And this is called Riet, a condition. You can see the same thing right here in the root. They just placed the letter H in Arabic, and then they had a L there, lam. But then when you come over here, you have it, which is, you see? And so we can see a lot of the connection between a lot of this information that they putting up here. Like the word Anuk. Anuk is the same pretty much. Hippie. See the two P's? PPE. That's the E. These are two P's right here. These are the P's. See? And then you have the H. See, it's synonymous with the Y here. He. And then this that looks like a S is actually the letter H. You see? Right here where it says G. This would be the G, and this would be the letter E. Some of these letters, you can see them as they made out. But notice they're using the S sign with the C. C. They go to H and the Y again. That's your T. Y and H. See, that's your other H. Then they got the, you know, the P. You know, and then they have the O. Then they have the R again, look like the P. You know, and so forth and so on. And some letters don't carry all the way over. But that's definitely P. And then this little dash here is the representation of the E, which is what they call propheties, which is basically prophet. You see, and then the Arabic word is nabi. You see, and that's the N-B, you know, and the I. You see? So you have it here, Al, which says the Al-Rahman, the merciful. You see? But this is Al, the definite article, the. So this then is P. And then when you go up here, that's the letter P, that's the letter I. You know, so this is what I want to mainly put out there, so that our people can become more familiar with what they're looking at. Once you learn the alphabet, like I was able to go in there in the beginning and point out certain things, then you'll be able to do that. But other than that, you can use this as a guideline, these particular patterns. There's a couple of them in there that you can do that with. This is all dealing with the Gospel of Mark. Here's another portion right here. It's like 43 pages. Like, for example, the name Isa. See, it's Y. Let me blow that up. Pretty much the same here. Now let's look at the transition. This is the S and the C. This is the U. This is the O. This is the S and C again. This is the Y, and they also attributed that to the H. He, E, and then this is I. So this is Isos. In Coptic, this is Coptic way of saying it. This is it here in the actual script. But then you see Jesus, where they changed the Y pretty much. You can see the E became a change with the Y sound shifting. Then you got the Sos, they dropped the O, kept the U and the S there. But then here it is in Arabic, and it is Yisa. This is Y, Yi, this is S, this is W, and then this is like the Ain. You see, so this is Isa. You see? So that's why I say the Arabic helped me even better. For some reason, I don't know, it just helped me be able to deal with the words even better. So powerful measure. So they're telling you basically what the word is, transliteration. This is the actual script. And then this is the translation. Then they give you the Arabic word. What that word is, meant to be in the Arabic, for example. So that's one of the aspects, one of the avenues that we have. That we got all these books up here. This is just a particular site I went into, just going through some things. This is the book of Matthew, and you can go into these things and you could actually see what's being said if you know what's there. You see what I'm saying? And so it's just really becoming familiar with the script, and then it. But this is the same script that is known as Coptic. This is Coptic actually, but they've been calling it Greek. It's also known as Old Nubian. It can also be connected to the Phoenician. And once you're able to see that right there, it's powerful. Like this right here, I can see, for example, I want to say that as Koi, Nabin, Askin, Abrabum, whatever that is. And I have to go into the actual aspects to see it. But I'm just looking at this, just scanning through it to see what it is. Let me see right here. I'm going to go to our other page, and this is what we're going to come to a close at. This is all the sources. I'm going to send all this to y'all, boys, Ken, as well. This is an old text. See, this is a good thing about Google Book. This is 353 pages. And this is dealing with Coptic and Sahidic dialects, with observations in what they call the Bashmuric, and they go into, you've seen them make reference to what they call the Unchorial script, which is often referred to as Demotic and Hieratic, so it's actually making comparison. They got a few charts in here from your boy where it shows Champollion trying to deal with some transliterations, in the from the Demotic, because they say he studied Demotic or whatever, right? And we showed you the alphabet that he superimposed over pictures. So it goes into all this information without attempting to trace the origin of the Egyptian language. We may just remark that the learned Rossi in his etymology Egyptaceae, it says, has shown affinity of a number of Coptic and Sahidic words to the Oriental languages, which affinity to a certain extent, it must be admitted, does exist, nor need we be surprised at this. It says, and when we consider the intercourse of the Jews, Syrians, Persians, Chaldeans, Arabians with the Egyptians, it says, but whether these words were originally Egyptian or whether they were adopted from those languages, it is impossible for us to determine. See, that's what I'm talking about. They don't even be knowing half of the time. But they be teaching it like they know, don't they? But we gonna show it to you today. So anyway, they go on. It said, pointed out the resemblance of considerable number of Coptic words. It says to some of the dialects of North Asia and north of Europe. So they find it, just like I was showing you them charts, all over the place. They saying they found these same alphabets in different places. It says this discovery appears to have raised a doubt in his mind of the African origin of the Egyptians, and the fact, it says, this remains basically because they found the Coptic alphabet over there in the European territory. This made him doubt the African origin of the Egyptians. Come on, we already know the remix is on the way. That's what it basically be. We done found the script over here in Europe, so we can say it come from Europe, y'all. It says the fact, the remains we possess the Egyptian language when separated from the Greek, with which it is in some measure mixed up and has no near resemblance to any of the ancient and modern languages. The importance of the ancient Egyptian to the antiquary will at once appear when we consider that a knowledge of it is necessary before inscriptions on the monuments of Egypt can be properly understood, and the Uncorial and the hieratic manuscripts can be fully deciphered. So they went into all that hoorah and carrying on. You'll be able to read through all of this. I just want to show you what we have in front of us right now. In reference to these documents, let me do this here because we don't want nothing locking up on us. Like you want to act crazy. We are not finna have that right now. I just wanted to show you some of the things in here. Where's that alphabet chart at? I know that's the numerical chart right there. And that's Demotic alphabet chart. There it is, right there. This is letters of the Uncorial alphabet, and this is good too, because when we was just dealing with the Demotic, we were dealing with different attestations. This actually have some more extra attestations on that may be useful. Maybe a good chart for that right there. See the letter B and see the letter A, but you see B. Y'all already know how these look. We familiar with a lot of these letters. That's the letter G, or K as they call it sometimes. Different attestations. That's good to know. So if we see these things in different Demotic documents, we'll know. But notice they putting them on the side of the Coptic letters. That's a more proper appropriation, than the way your boy was demonstrating it, Champollion. So, it's got other numbers here. Then they have the Coptic letter 32 that I showed y'all earlier. Same thing in here. So this is going to be real informative for our family. Like you can actually see the name here, for example. See how it says Adam? You can actually see the A, the D. You can see the A and you can see the M here. Adam. You see, dealing with man. You see, you can see Babylon. See the B-A-B, right? And then this right here is the Y. This is the L. This W is interchangeable with O. And then the N. You can see Benjamin as well. Benjamin, right here. B-E-N. This is look like an I. It's a J. And the A again. M-I-N. Benjamin. Yeah, you see the birth name right there. I-W-B-A-N. Okay. It says, so, yeah. Coptic, huh? Never thought about it. Okay. So, Coptic. When we come over here, we can see that this is going to be a good document here to go into. Like Zacharias. Y'all know the K is interchangeable with this X. See, Z-A-K, interchangeable with C and the H. Zakah, that's the A. So this would be K-H. Zakah. Then A, and this is the R. Remember the R look like the P. I, right? A, S, Zacharias. Nazareth, we can see it. N-A-Z-A. Then they go to R. This is the E, right? And then this is Tet, a Tet. Nazareth. You see? So we're going to get into a little bit of that practice. We can do nothing here. Bartholomew's. See the B-A? This is the R. This is the T-H again. There go to O. That's the letter L, O-M. That's the M. Then you have E. Then the U is interchangeable with the letter O. Then you have C and S. Bartholomew's. You see? So that's the type of stuff we're going to end up getting involved with when it comes to our homework. We got other information where people tried to put certain lists together, and there was a lot of truth and falsehood strangely mixed, so to speak, in this particular chart here. You know, where they was trying to go into the 7,000 year evolution of the alphabet, and then they put pictures out front. And I'm glad they do it, because you can see how different these pictures is from these letters. You know, so you see the demotic here, you know, and they'll try to say that's the boot. They'll say this one here. They try to get away with that one. But you can see it's a lot of change. What they did is mixed in cursive hieroglyphs over here, and they calling this hieratic. But that's a whole nother measure. We'll get into that in a minute. You know, so anyway, you know, that don't look nothing like that there. You know, when you get into the Coptic and all that right there. You can't do it, even though they trying to do it. You cannot do this, people. Stop it. Don't you let nobody tell y'all that this madness is the right way to do it, because they're going to have you confused. Only thing they got right is the order of these scripts, how they should have came. Hieratic, Demotic, Coptic, Phoenician, Etruscan, you know, and then, yeah, that's about right. But everything else they got in here trying to compare these things to these pictures is madness. Now, you can use these charts right here, you know, to like kind of go into the sounds. That's all right. Nothing wrong with that. But we got to call a spade when it comes to a lot of this information here. Because people being misled and run amok and led astray and everything else. We almost done too, Morris Ken. Islam, Brother Marvin Evans Bay. Go ahead, Grandman.
If I may. Yeah, I mean, like this is wonderful, because I mean the Coptic is actually our language anyway.
Yes, sir. That's right. That's correct.
You know what I mean, so and since you already done prepared us to ignore those the anagrams, right? But not ignore them, but recognize them for what they are. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir. Yeah, just mark.
Yeah. So I mean, this is beautiful. I mean, like we should have no problem with this here. I think it'll jettison our understanding.
Oh yeah. You see all them Coptic documents?
Yes, sir. Oh, definitely.
Boy, that you'll be studying for years.
No, if you had the time, you know. But
yeah.
I think it'll get us in the ballpark. Absolutely.
You got to think about it. We dealing with the documents in each one of these different languages. You got a bunch of hieratic paper you got to deal with. You got a bunch of Demotic. Now you got a bunch of Coptic. So, like, all I can say, thank you for AI.
Right?
Because we're going to be able to use it, be a little bit more faster. You know,
yes,
it's two-edged sword, so to speak, but we know how to use it for a benefit. The wise is able to find means of good.
Yes, sir.
So
I think we done came through the roughest part.
Oh, yeah, most definitely.
Because they deliberately misdirected us, you know, with the symbols, and created a whole nother language and got us believing that that's the original, you know?
Chasing Jason.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Gratitude.
Yes, sir. Yeah, gratitude. So, yeah, I'm going to get all of this stuff over to y'all. I had to put it all together because I was trying to find the most comprehensive, because they have stuff that's way more advanced. And all they really showing you is the Coptic. But they ain't showing you transliteration. Like how I'm showing you the transliteration. Most of the Coptic is hard to find the transliteration, but luckily I was able to find certain things so that our family can get it. And we actually went over this a while back. when we went into the history, and it tell you exactly, you know, how the Coptic came about, you know, and when it came about. And you'll be able to read in there in between the lines, because everybody that get a history already know they're going to try to put Kemet, you know, in the form of pictures. But, you know, like you say, we look over that. And so here's one, again, dealing with certain words. This is infinoti. This is another word for God, theos. This is the Greek word they use here. And this is the word they use in the Coptic. You see? And so it goes on. It's showing different equivalents and what's not equivalent, so to speak. So let's see here.
That's an interesting twist.
Yeah, it is, ain't it? And same thing down here. They show the comparison between the two. Like I said, you can call it Greek all you want to, but when it exists right here, ain't no need in calling it something else. Them the same letters, family. You know what I mean? We ain't no fool. You ain't finna. Come on, man. Stop it. Look at that.
The jig is up.
The jig is up, man. They've been remixing stuff and calling it Greek, and it's been caught in. What they tried to make the people believe, see, is that these 7 letters here is the only thing that was Egyptian. The rest of it was Greek.
Wow.
That's what they want you to believe. These the only thing that was truly Egyptian. The rest of it belonged to the Greeks, y'all.
Right.
You know, them people crazy. You know, so I'm gonna show you even right here, even in this chart right here. What's wrong with this chart? I'm gonna show you what's wrong with this chart. For them even putting Greek in between there, making it look like it branched off into the Coptics. Don't do that. You know, but you know, you got to be able to read between that. You know, it should have came from Phoenician, you know, and have a connection here. But this is the real way right here, just like they got it. Hieratic, Demotic, Coptic. Leave it alone. Ain't no Greek in there. What are you doing?
Right.
Why y'all trying to get off in there? We're gonna put ourselves monkey in the middle, y'all.
Yeah, they ridiculous.
Crazy.
They serious, but they're ridiculous.
Yeah, they gonna slide it in there. All they got to do is keep pushing the narrative. Everybody gonna believe it. So this is very in depth. This document here. So we'll definitely be getting this. So in these different lectures, you know, like how we had with the different language, you know, so you'll be able to go through there and sort it out and become familiar with it. Some of this stuff you familiar with, because some of the letters of Coptic actually come from hieratic and demotic. And you'll be able to pick up on that. So this is the actual dictionary, which was the hardest thing for me to find. You know, I found 2 of them that's relevant. This one, and it's got like 290 pages in it. You know, and these are the actual different words. Like here, for example, see that says ak-raton, right? Which means pure and undiluted. But you see the AK, you see the R-A-T-O-N, ak-raton. You know, akrivos, and you can see that the O is interchangeable with the U there, the S is interchangeable with the C, you see the B is interchangeable with V, you know, so it's really a knowledge of sound shifting that's used here a lot. So this is the best dictionary that I found that actually have the transliteration. All the rest of them, they'll have a Coptic word, and they ain't got no transliteration in parentheses, they just got the definition. Good luck with that. You know,
Yes, sir. I like how you showed about that P. I like how you showed about that P and that R. That was a nice sound shift there.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's right there. And this ain't really got nothing to do with it per se, but I found a good Egyptian Arabic dictionary. And
well, the Arabic, I mean the Arabs, they did a little twisting too.
But see, they got a lot of Egyptian Arabic with the Coptic.
Yeah.
That's why I kept these. I wasn't really planning on getting into these probably until we get into the Arabic, because that'll be our next phase. But I do have
yeah.
Yeah. They mostly, if you pay attention, like you can see that most of these lessons are now crossing over into the other. Like the Demotic crossed right over into the Coptic. You can see they right there. Like the Coptic was tied right back to the hieratic. I mean, the Demotic was tied right back to the hieratic. And so we get into the Coptic. Now the Coptic gonna bridge, like you say, right over into the Arabic.
Yes, sir.
So these are the main things that we have. And like I said, they got a lot of Arabic documents out there, that's very helpful when they put them together with the Coptic. I can see it better. You know what I mean? Where there is no English in there, like right here, they showed the connection between the Coptic and the Arabic. See, like this word right here, and they said kolom. Actually, that's a hard H, and this is it right here. See that Q looking thing? You can see it. You can actually see it if you look close. See, that's the L right there, and the U and the M. So they're showing the long words, that deal with the particular Coptic and the Egyptian. That's what I was saying. With these things, it make it easy too to like stick in my memory. It's probably because the Arabic is more unfamiliar than the English. So for some reason, it make my brain just automatically grab it on up out of there. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So yeah. These are some of the documents that we have. It was one more. I think I had it. Not that one, actually. It was probably, the one in front of it here. This is one dealing with the modern pronunciation of it. So this is where, again, you come out of the Coptic, and you go into the Arabic here. So see, like it's showing the different words here. Akbat. It shows it over here as well. You can see it. You come down here, it's a couple of more long words, and they show you the evolution of different words. Like in the A, you have in the Cairo, Alpha. They all the same pretty much, whether you in Aswad, Abydos, Luxor, or Aswan. Same. You have Widda, Vidda, because V is interchangeable with W. V is really two W's. You know what I mean? Same thing here with the A. They show you the elder, delta, dada, a, zita, sita, kata. I love this right here because this right here killing the sound shift. This is it right here. So really, all the rules that we have learned thus far, family, they can be applied across the board. All of your knowledge and so forth. So a lot of this is going to teach you how to go further in depth, of this information. So he's dealing with the phonetics, the vowels. This Coptic is probably the easiest, to learn. But once you become masterful in this right here, you can go to other levels with certain things. You're going to also see that in this Coptic, how they was trying to mix in certain things, you're going to be able to expose, a lot of stuff that they've been trying to cover up. And I forgot to show you this one too. This is also another Coptic dictionary here. This is the Coptic etymological dictionary. So you want to go into that too. That's powerful. So we got our tools in here. Here's another course dealing with the Coptic. This is a little different. His Coptic a little off. I'm kind of got a side eye at this guy right here. But we gonna check it to it because we know he ain't no real Coptic priest. But we gotta be aware of him.
That's right.
Yeah, we know who the real Coptic priest is.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so
as long as we keep our hearts and minds pure, we'll be able to see through just about anything and everything.
Oh yeah. And see right here when you're dealing with the Lord's Prayer. See the like for example, that's J. But right here, you have it here in the Coptic J. That's PP. That's EENNYI. O and W. You see it's changing the vowels. TT. Etkin. That's it right there. ETKHEN. NNII. F. See, this stuff right here help you memorize the alphabet looking at this type of stuff even better. You know, the E with the H, the O, W, or Y, W. So, yeah, you know, it's in here. It's in here, family. You know,
like that M, I was already etched in my brain already.
Oh,
You know,
yeah. Oh, yeah. And actually, they was reading this Arabic this way. And this is actually letter J. I don't know why they got 3 dots under that there. Because ain't no J's like that in regular Arabic. But this is J and this is Y, which is corresponding with the JE. You know, then you have right here, it's supposed to be a P. They still got that kind of off, but we see the N, the Y, the W, and the N. You know, the T part itself. You know, so we can see that what they spelling out here. So this is like Arabic transliteration up here under this Coptic. That's why I was saying it's real good when you do it that way right there. If you're familiar with it, but if not, you can go letter by letter and still get it. You know what I mean?
That's going to be a great tool there because that Arabic, we got to get to the Arabic too, you know?
So it's laying the foundation for when we get into the Arabic. That's what I was thinking too.
Yes, sir.
So everything flowing, we got it in a cyclic measure now. Praise be to Allah.
That was a method to the madness, so to speak.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. So
madness, but you know.
Yeah, that being said, we're gonna go ahead and open the flow back up and close this demonstration out. We're gonna call on our Grand National Secretary of the State. Are you there, Goddess and Queen?
Woo-wee! I'm on a cycle of the flow, and I'm like, oh my God! All praises due to Allah. You know, giving praise to Allah and honor to our prophet. This has just been a wealth of information. Definitely have to go and look at the playback on this because I got to make it applicable to the self. And I do see where the Coptic looks a lot easier. Arabic, I'm not going to put out there, you know, Arabic, I got to definitely put work into, you know, especially dealing with it's a man on a video teaching you letter by letter that Coptic, the Arabic. So I want to get into that while I'm getting into this Coptic because I'm not trying to be, backstroking in Arabic looking crazy, but it's all good. You know, it's definitely expanding the mindset and it's again showing the connectiveness with everything, especially with the history and this language. And this has been so clarified today in this class. I really appreciate this blessing, Dr. Shahid, and also to our scribes and family online. Much gratitude for bringing these measures forth. And I tell you, these tools, I'm like, oh my goodness, I saw one of those dates is 1902, and it's just peeling off the layers, and these chains that we've been carrying around, bit by bit. So gratitude more for all your hard work and due diligence in this. Peace and love.
And Islamism and peace and love, Grand National Secretary of the State. And I know you can see that sound shifting definitely being worked through that Coptic as well too, can't you?
Yes, and you know what? When you were speaking about the P and the R, that symbol is that pi that we learned in mathematics, dealing with geometry and algebra.
Right.
Like, man, yeah. So I can see where we're speaking about that carryover from one language to the other, and how some of these things are still used today. Like when I forgot when you had when you were looking at the words going from the Coptic to the Arabic, And you could see how the language developed, you know, like in dealing with the word Yehoshua, or it was another word right on that page over there, or the prophet, you know, and how you could see the how it flowed to the other language, and what we have today. So gratitude for the blessing. I definitely can see it.
Islam and gratitude. We definitely gonna get all of the documents out there to our family. We ain't gonna give too much homework though, so y'all don't get
Oh, you
discouraged.
mean you gonna want me to pull my hair out?
Thank you.
Islam, we gonna take it a little bit at a time. 7 steps, 7 steps,
All is well. We ain't scared.
7 steps for the adepts. Islam,
Praise the Lord.
gratitude, Islam. But we closing out in a minute. We're gonna hear from our grand man one more time, our grand national chairman, if he there. Dr. Akin Acting Pert M. Here Rutuk, they're coming, Bay. Islam, grand man.
It's Islam.
Yes, sir. Islam, chairman. We closing out.
Man, go on, close out there, man. We appreciate you, man. Did a magnanimous job. Thank you so much.
Islam, grand man.
Islamism without a schism.
That's right. And we appreciate that book that we call the study guide, the book of fire.
Alhamdulillah. Praise Allah. Thank you. Peace, Moors. Love you.
Peace. All right. Well, all right. To our other scribe, y'all come on forth. Islam.
Islam.
Okay,
Islam
go ahead.
Yeah, I'll be quick about it because but this is gratitude, God, man, for all the information you go sit up and you say we won't have a whole lot of homework. Thank you. Because I want to get into that. I want to read. I want to get into it. And man, it's just so much. It's just so much, Dr. Shahi. And then when you were showing us all them books and Coptic, and then you can search out the word. And I saw the one that was talking about Yehoshua. I was like, man, I would like to read that. And I had heard about Coptic, but I mean, if you hear about it, I couldn't read it because I didn't have all this information that I've learned since I've been in this government. Since you've had this research class going on, I tell you, I have thoroughly enjoyed myself. And one quick word to my listeners, our people out there in the audience, if you, when we read out of the Zooming of a Nation, where our chairman was talking about how the Europeans weren't even on the scene when Adam and Eve, when all that was going on. If you can't accept that we are the first people here on this planet, if you can't accept that, then you're gonna be lost. If you can't accept that we were the one who gave civilization to the world, if you can't accept the fact that we gave the languages, mathematics, we were here first. They came out of us. And if you can't recognize that, then you're going to be kind of lost. You're going to have to accept the fact that they done lied to you, and they trying to write themselves into history, because the more they dig and all the bones and stuff that they dig up and stuff, look where they find them at. They find them over there in Kemet. So they can't debunk the truth. We are debunking their lies. We knocking the brains out of falsehood. And gratitude, God, man, for letting me share. I'm just excited, looking forward to doing the studying and doing some of that reading, getting into some of that studying. Islam, gratitude for letting me share. Peace and love.
Islam, and gratitude for sharing, Sister Curtis Bay. Islam. All right, Brother Marvin Edwards Bay.
Islam, gratitude. Yeah, I'm Dr. Marvin Edwards Bay, praise and honor, self and giving. You know, I just want to say gratitude to you, God, man, for all that you do, and a word to the Moors that's on out there, you know, in the audience, so to speak. You know, the one brother that was saying he taught that Coptic was Greek. You know what I mean? And so hopefully he can accept what he's observing today. You know what I mean? Because we're going to need all of the Moors' help, because this is a magnanimous job we got on hand. You know what I mean? But we got what it takes, you know what I mean, to solve the fix. And that's what it's all about. And I'm just so grateful for being a part of this. And honor to our National Band chairman for all that he does. I mean, like, I know he's, you know, just vibrating on a high level. He always was, always is, you know what I mean? But to see that he have those that are coming behind him and taking on the mantle to dismantle what has been done. And I say gratitude to him for all that he does. And gratitude to the scribes, and peace and love. Islam.
Peace and love, Islam. All right, Brother Bati Bey.
Islam, what they, I kind of wish I had this back in school, because the information you could to debunk the information that they were giving us, and then when I see these brothers and these sisters around here and they talking about they part of a Greek fraternity, and I always tell them, even before I even came to the government, I was like, that's not Greek, that's Ethiopian. But that's what I knew it as, is Ethiopian. I didn't know it as Coptic. I didn't even know it was went to Coptic, but I seen the Ethiopian alphabet, and I was doing my own research when I was younger. But now when you got all this information, it's like, man, the lies they tell, as my goddess says. She said, the lies they tell, you know what I'm saying? And it's crazy how all this information is as you said, we the vessel. So the vessel, the vessel is revealing the light, so to speak. And so with that, I just leave us a common peace. Honors to all those that got us here, Islam.
Islam and gratitude, brother. Peace and love. Well, all right, Sister Curta Bay.
Islam. January 15, 1929, a warning from the prophet to be read at every meeting. I hereby inform all citizens that they must end all radical, agitating speeches while at work, in their homes, or on the streets. We are for peace and not destruction. Stop flashing your cards at Europeans. It causes confusion. Remember, your card is for your salvation. Failure to obey these orders will be a severe consequence. We are for love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And when these principles are violated, justice must then take its course. Any citizen or group of citizens who hold malicious feelings toward the government or the prophet, or violate the divine covenant of the Moorish movement, will receive their reward from Allah for their unjust deeds. All true Moors will and must obey the law as laid down to them by their prophet. If they lose confidence in their prophet, they should turn in their card and button, cease wearing their turban and fez, and return to the state where I, the prophet, found you. This is a holy and divine movement founded by the prophet Noble Jew Ali, and if the prophet is not right, the government is not right. The prophet, therefore, is sending out the divine plea to all Moorish Americans that they do their part in protecting their prophet and the government. This is an everlasting movement founded by the prophet through the will of Allah to redeem his people from their sinful ways by the order of Prophet Noble Jew Ali. A holy covenant of the Asiatic nations. Ye are the children of one father, provided for by his care, and the breasts of one mother have given you suck. Let the bonds of affection, therefore, unite thee with thy brothers, that peace and happiness may dwell in thy father's house. And when you separate in the world, remember the relation that bindeth you to love and unity, and prefer not a stranger before thy own blood. If thy brother is in adversity, assist him. If thy sister is in trouble, forsake her not. So shall the fortunes of thy father contribute to the support of his whole race, and his care be continued to you all in your love to each other. Islam. This meeting is officially adjourned according to Act 2. Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Go in peace, Moors. Great class. Woo-wee. Islam.
That's right.
Great class. Great class.
Great class.
Gratitude.
Great.
Oh, Morskin, you already know without us.
Is it?
Woo!
That's right.
Our feet ain't touched the ground yet.
I know, right?
Hope it never does.
That's right.
Oh,
Levitate.
We've taken
That's
flight, and that's it.
Islam.
grand class.
Praise the Lord. Yeah.
Yeah.
Praise the Lord.
Praise
I'm
the
saying
Boys in Sunday school.
time.
Yeah, see you in Sunday school, Moses.
In Sunday
The
school.
guys and the guys of the nation
That's
riding the rifle. Islam.
Yes, sir.
Peace and
Gratitude,
love.
Lord.
love. Peace and love.
Love all, Lord.
Chairman, peace.
Islam.
Mhm.
Want to give honor to our family out there in the YouTube world, Facebook. Honors to all of y'all for tuning in. Honors to the brother Reginald Neal. Gratitude, brother. Brother Brown, KOS, the Hunter. Honors to all of y'all, family. Keep tuning in. We're going to keep bringing this truth on the manifest by degree. Degree by degree. We got a lot to bring to our family, but we got to give it in degrees. So just be patient with us. Peace and love. Yes, sir, brother Bati Bay.
Islam.
Islam.
Grand Measure. I gotta go back over that one you did last night.
Oh, you
Islam.
talking about the origin of the tribe of Shabazz?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
You done put a few of them out in the last past days. I gotta go back over there, man. That was heavy.
Yeah, man. I be on the whim, man. So I like, I was on the road.
What they call that stream, the Gulf Stream, just carries you on.
Oh yeah, yes, sir. Late night library session.
Islam. Islam. Peace and love.
Oh, yeah. Islam, grand man. Peace and love.
Peace and love.